Read the message, by the way, from Joe.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Guys are holding it up. Let's go.
It's 3:58.
The sound's on.
It's 3:58. So that.
And we welcome you back for yet another Conejo Oaks contest here on Father's Day, as the Oaks once again for the second Sunday in a row will play host to the Arroyo Seco Saints. We first want to, for one, say happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there tuned in, but also want to apologize for yesterday. Technical difficulties prevented us from having a live stream of yesterday's game on the road against the Foresters, and things didn't turn out too great for the Oaks. Fell 12-1 in that contest to the Foresters, but today it will be the Saints who come to town looking for some revenge after taking a loss to the Oaks last Sunday as they fell, and that was the continuation of what ended up being a 4-game winning streak for the Oaks before falling yesterday, and it was definitely a fun one for the Oaks, and they look to bounce back after a tough one yesterday, Josh.
Yeah, both the Oaks and the Saints are coming off losses heading into today's game. But for the Oaks, they got Devin Gray out there on the bump, making his first start for the Oaks, but he's already appeared in a game where he threw a scoreless inning, including a strikeout, and he'll look to quiet those Saints bats today.
Yeah, Evan Gray gets his first start today, just recently transferred to St. Louis University, and it will be his second action, as Josh mentioned. And defensively, behind Gray, the catcher will be the young man, David Whittle, who just graduated high school this past May, or well, actually may have been this June. And he will be going to San Diego State starting in the fall. First base is Tyler Gannis, the most interesting man in the world. The second baseman, Jack Brooks, another high school graduate who will be joining Gannis at Oregon in the fall. Gavin Grant, the shortstop, already at Oregon with Gannis, and the third baseman is AJ Salgado out of Cal State LA. Out in left field for the Oaks once again is Josiah Chavez out of Cal Baptist. In center field at his home field, Austin Carrillo out of Cal Lutheran, and in right field out of San Diego State is Tyler Glowacki. Josiah Morrissey, who led off the game last Sunday against the Oaks, will do the same in this one, as he'll be the first batter that Gray faces this afternoon. Fastball's in there for strike number one.
For Morrissey, he's struggled so far to begin the season, hitting just below the Mendoza line, but he still finds himself in the leadoff spot in the Saints lineup.
That one's looped out to center field, and Carrillo will settle into that one. And for those of you who were tuned into our game at San Luis Obispo on Friday, Austin Carrillo, some of you may know, lost a fly ball deep in that game that dropped in front of him in center field of what we thought was going to be routine play. And as we mentioned, the former Saints player who was on this, my apologies, former Blues player who was on the Blues broadcast, that they mentioned that it's tough to read it. And we talked to Carrillo afterwards, and he said, yeah, there's a weird situation with the lights there where you lose it as the lights are not super high up, and he lost it and just couldn't find it. Gray drops another fastball in there for strike number 1 to Matt Marlowe, third baseman today.
Marlowe struggling a little bit as well, hitting a little bit above 200. Only 1 extra base hit on the season, though, for him.
They'll hold up on the high heat for ball 1. Marlowe out of Regis. We saw him last Sunday as well. That one misses downstairs from Gray.
In last Sunday's contest against the Oaks, we saw Marlowe pick up a couple hits, including his lone double of the season. So half his hits on the year came against the Oaks last week.
That one misses up and trickles away from Whittle. 3-1 count now. That one misses downstairs for ball 4. So Gray, first pitch fastball for a strike on that one. Then he misses just up, as able to check swing was Matt Marlowe, and then 3 straight balls after that, and he walks Marlowe to give the Saints their first base run of the day.
Which brings up Tyson Donahue, who is the best hitter for the Saints this summer, hitting over 400 with an OPS nearly 1,500.
That one misses down and gets past Whittle.
Just to put into perspective the kind of summer that Tyson Donahue is having, in last night's contest against the Blues, he went 2 for 5 with a couple of singles, and his OPS dropped almost 300 points. He's just slugging at an elite clip right now, hitting an extra base hit in almost every single game.
One out count now. Whittle went out to talk to Gray there. He misses up the fastball.
With a runner in scoring position and the count 2-0 to the 3-hitter here for the Saints, you don't want to really give in if you're Evan Gray.
That one misses down and gets past Whittle again.
Yeah, on that pitch, we just saw Whittle get down there late to block. Looked like it might have been a changeup that broke too quickly, and Whittle wasn't able to get down there in time to block it.
Now. That one misses up, so make it now 8 straight balls there from Gray as he walks back-to-back batters. Donahue on 4 pitches and Marlowe on 5, but it was 4 straight after throwing first pitch strike. which now brings Peyton Holt, the second baseman today for the Saints, to the plate. Swung on a miss for strike one, so good bounce back there from Gray after 8 straight balls, walking back-to-back batters. Now this is just upstairs. Whittle tried to get the call on that one.
No stats yet this summer for Peyton Holt, so it looks like it might be his first game of the season, as Evan Gray's looking to get a ground ball here and get the Oaks back into the dugout.
That one's fouled away. Peyton Holt out of University of Arkansas, which is where Evan Gray just transferred out of, so these two know each other probably pretty well. Holt just found that one back. 1-2 count now.
Holt will be transferring to Arkansas in the fall out of Crowder Junior College.
So the former Razorback beats the future Razorback on that one for strike 3.
First baseman number 44, Nathan Becker.
Let's bring Nathan Becker to the plate out of Rice.
Becker's having a strong start to the summer, hitting over 300 with a home run and 7 RBIs for the Saints.
That one misses just outside.
It's a really good spot there from Gray, missing just off the outside of the plate. For the first pitch changeup to Becker. Tried to get the chase, but even not getting the chase, pitch nearly clipped the corner.
That one swung and a miss. Tardy on the heater there from Gray is Becker. 1-1 count now. That one's fouled back. It's a piece of Whittle's mask, but he seems all right.
We saw Donahue kind of scoot off of first base there, almost looking like he was going to leave early, but then shuffled a couple steps back to the bag.
Yeah, it seemed Donahue was maybe trying to mess with Gray too. Donahue yet to try and swipe a bag this summer for the Saints. 1-2 delivery. That one misses down. Donahue will go on that one. No throw down as Gray just has to focus on the batter now. Whittle, good job to keep that one in front, not allowed to run the score easily.
This will already be the 20th pitch of the first inning for Evan Gray.
Two-two delivery. Swung on a miss. Gets Becker to chase the high heat, gets out of the jam, no damage done. As we head to the bottom of the first, got a little message to read for you guys, so stay with us. Conejo Oaks coaches would like to, of course, wish a happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there, and Coach Joe Garcia would like to say hi to Monica and his son Manny out in Portland, Oregon. Of course, wants to say hi to his son as he has his first Father Day, and congratulations to Manny on his first child, Josie, and Coach Joe's first granddaughter. So Coach Joe says hello to everybody, and the entire coach's staff says happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. We'll be back the bottom of the first when the Oaks come to bat. Carson McKinney on the mound once again for the Saints. As we welcome you back now, Austin Carrillo, the center fielder, will, for the 5th time this summer, be the leadoff hitter. My apologies, 6th time this summer, he'll be the leadoff hitter. And we saw the first 4 games, Carrillo led off for the Oaks, and he went double, double, single, double in his first at-bat of the game in each one of those, and he lost the streak. Last time he served as the leadoff hitter a few days ago. But he looks to try and do more of the same and start things off for this Oaks offense that was very lackluster last night.
Yeah, for Carson McKinney, who's out there, he started last weekend against the Oaks as well.
Carrillo rolls over that one. It's an easy U3 over there for the first baseman, Nathan Becker.
Yeah, as usual, Austin Carrillo swinging at the first pitch he likes, but that time he rolled over for the out.
This will bring whom we have dubbed the most interesting man in the world, Tyler Gannis, to the plate out of Oregon. He looks to continue his hot start to the summer ever since joining the Oaks earlier this past week. Over 600 in his 3 games so far. He broke up the perfect game that the Forcers had going yesterday. Squares the bunt, pulls back. It's also Gannis' birthday yesterday, so we didn't get to wish him a happy birthday on the broadcast, so we'll give him a happy belated birthday. I was able to give him one in person. He was obviously, just like the rest of the guys, upset with yesterday's loss, but happy that he was able to get a hit on his birthday. He squares the bunt, a beautiful bunt out in the third base line. He'll beat that one out easily.
Yeah, there's just no chance to get Gannis on that one. It's twice now that we've seen Gannis square around and get a drag bunt for a hit.
And something we've noticed with Gannis and allowing him to get these bunts in the first inning for hits is while the opposing pitcher is warming up in the bullpen before the game, he stands up against the backstop here and he times the pitcher's delivery all the way from down here early on. So he can figure things out pretty quickly. As we've seen, he's had a very, very successful start, make that 8 hits and 12 at-bats already in his 4 games now with the Oaks.
Yeah, Gannis is getting on base in an elite clip right now.
That one was a late called strike to Gavin Grant.
For Carson McKinney, it was a rough outing. He's only pitched once this summer. It was actually his start last week against the Oaks, in which he picked up the loss where he went 2 1/3, gave up 4 runs, 3 earned, got hit around a bit, and walked 4 batters.
We'll look Gannis back. Grant looking to get his bat hot this summer. His glove's been great defensively, but looking to wake up his bat. He'll be tardy on that one. Inside off-speed pitch from McKinney.
Yeah, for Grant, like you talked about, Austin, he's been really good defensively. Struggled a bit at the plate. Just 2 hits and 15 tries up there. But they've been keeping him at the top of the order because they know he's got elite pop in that bat.
That one misses away as Grant will let that one go for ball 1. 1-2 count now. He'll rip that one, and I'll get through. So there's a base knock to hopefully get things started for Gavin Grant. As now there's 2 runners on with only 1 out for a very, very hot bat and very, very hot glove, and A.J. Salgado, who steps to the plate now.
Yeah, that's just great hitting from the Oaks. After the leadoff ground out on the first pitch from Carrillo, Gannis does a nice job of laying down the bunt to get on base, and good at bat from Grant there, falling behind 2 strikes and picking on a breaking ball, ripping it through the 5-6 hole for a knock.
Salgado will look at that one downstairs.
Other than Tyler Gannis, Salgado's been the best hitter for the Oaks. He's been doing it the whole summer as opposed to just the past week, hitting at a 500 clip.
He'll shoot that one foul. His third base side.
Salgado's also picking up a lot of RBIs when he's got the opportunity. He's got a couple guys on now with just 1 away. Gannis got good speed over there at second base, so a single could potentially score him.
That one gets past, so single will now definitely score Gannis and could potentially score Grant as well. Salgado has played a lot already. He didn't start yesterday against the Foresters. He ended up pinch hitting in the top of the 9th where he worked a walk. But he was our play of the game Friday in San Luis Obispo as he went 3 for 4 with 2 extra base hits and 2 RBIs.
And now his job's much easier with second and third. All he's got to do is put the ball in play for the most part.
He'll shoot that one through. That'll get to the right field. Gannis will score. They'll send Grant. Play at the plate. And Grant will retreat as hold him there at third base. But it's an RBI single for A.J. Salgado. Hope to take the lead early on.
Yeah, it's just great hitting from Salgado. Knowing that he's just got to put the ball on the ground with second and third. And he does just that, but he hit it so hard that it got through the hole there on the right side. And not only was he able to pick up the RBI, he got himself a hit as well.
So we'll bring Maddox Law to the plate. His first game in quite some time. The recent Cal State Fullerton commit will be his first game since last Friday. He was battling a little bit of a hamstring injury, so he's finally back in the lineup, serving as the designated hitter today. That one got away. Thrown over the head of McKinney by the catcher. Harris there, but
Lotta's one of 2 Oaks players to commit to Cal State Fullerton in the past week. Outfielder / pitcher Jackson Lapiner also committed there just yesterday.
Lotta drives that one out to deep right field. That one's going to drop. They'll send Salgado. The play at the plate. They got him. So it's an RBI double. Only 1 run will score for Lotta as Salgado was gunned down at the plate. Grant scores easily.
It's a questionable send there, but either way, another run comes in. That's just a great swing there from Maddox Lotta, and you can just see that ball continue to carry, go off the wall and right.
There's a decent presence of a breeze today, and Lotta got one up into a gust of wind there, and that one just got pushed further and further over the head of the right fielder Jordan Rogers for the Saints, and it drives in a run and gets him a double in his first at-bat in over a week.
Yeah, and luckily for Lotta, he was able to just cruise into second there. I even saw Coach Cody Raymer just check on Lotta to make sure the hamstring was okay. Lotta gave him a little thumbs up.
So Josiah Chavez steps in now. He's looking to wake up his bat too. Also another guy who's been great defensively. He's been playing a lot in left field the last few days. That one misses downstairs, so he'll look at 2 pitches down in the dirt for balls 1 and 2.
Yeah, for Chavez, just 2 for 14 on the season with the 7 strikeouts. But like you said, Austin, he's been playing solid in left field, which is why he's been continuing to get the start.
That one will missed down too, so 3 straight balls to Chavez. Cooper Harris will take time, and he'll go talk to McKinney out on the mound.
It's great to see the Oaks offense jump out to an early lead like this after we saw them struggle mightily, getting no base runners through 6 innings against the Foresters, and getting their first run in the 9th inning when the game was long over by that point. Already doubled their run total in today's first inning.
Chavez works a 4-pitch walk. Bring Tyler Galacki to the plate now. Another guy who has been a regular in this lineup, but another guy who's still trying to find his way offensively, as he's yet to get a base knock in CCL play. But we've been able to see what he can do defensively out in right field. He's got an absolute cannon for an arm out there. So
Yep.
Ball 1 down there, so make it now 5 straight balls from McKinney.
Glowacki just 1 for 14 on the season, but he has walked 5 times. Also got that outfield assist and right.
That one will get the bottom part of the zone for strike 1. One count now for Glowacki. Kinney tried to drop an off-speed pitch at the top of the zone, but misses high. 2-1 count now.
Once again, it looks like it won't be a super long outing from Carson McKinney. We've already seen him throw about 20 pitches here in the first inning, giving up 2 runs.
Glowacki swings and misses at the fastball for strike 2.
This will be the 23rd pitch of this first inning for Carson McKinney. He's already given up 2, and he's looking to escape further damage with 2 men on.
Glowacki will get rung up on strikes to end the inning. So 2 runs come across for the Oaks here in the bottom half of the first. 1 coming on an RBI single from AJ Salgado, and 1 coming from an RBI double from Maddox Salada. We'll take you to top of the second. Evan Gray still on the mound.
The Oaks pick up 2 in the bottom of the first inning and enter the second inning leading the Saints 2-0 as Evan Gray's back out there to start the second inning after a scoreless first. walking a couple batters, but picking up a couple strikeouts to end the inning. It'll be Jordan Rogers leading things off against him. Gray misses upstairs with the first pitch. The one that was fouled back, 1-1 now. There's such a discrepancy in this Saints lineup. Their top 6 hitters are all hitting over 300. And then from there, there's not a single player hitting above 225. So it's either really good or struggling mightily as Evan Gray catches the outside corner and gets ahead in the count 1-2.
Jordan Rogers, the right fielder today out of Wichita State.
He's hitting below the Mendoza line on the season as he takes a 1-2 fastball up. Rogers does have a home run, though, for the Saints. One of just 4 players on that roster to hit one this summer. And he swings and misses. Goes down on strikes. 3rd strikeout of the afternoon for Evan Gray.
Make it 3 straight for Gray.
Which brings up Jeff Bowser.
Left fielder, number 26, Jeff Bowser.
Bowser's hitting at a 360 clip this summer for the Saints. He fouls one back. We saw Bowser have a great day last weekend against the Oaks, where he picked up a couple hits, including a double. We saw him reach 3 times in that one as well. Takes a pitch below the knees. Counts even out 1.
Bowser in CCL play this year, hitting 278 in his 5 games played.
The 1-1 from Gray misses up and in, forcing Bowser to duck out of the way a little bit.
Bowser didn't seem happy about that pitch.
No, clearly no intent there, but just never like to see something coming up in and at you at 90 miles an hour. Is that one shot back up the middle? Brooks cuts it off. Tough throw on the run, no chance, as that one gets by Gannis, but unable to advance as Bowser. That'll go down as an infield single.
Yeah, and that was just a tough one, a slow roller back up the middle. Evan Gray not able to get it as he tried to swipe behind his back, and just a tough play for Brooks to eventually make the play on as he beat Gavin Grant to that baseball, and too quick was Jeff Bowser there as he got down the line pretty quickly and beat that one out for an infield single.
Yeah, Bowser is pretty fast. This is a big threat to steal bases, having stolen 5 this summer without being caught. As Gray catches the outside corner with the first pitch, strike. Cooper Harris is just 1 for 13 this summer, but he has walked 7 times. And for a catcher, getting on base at that kind of clip is, while playing good defense, is something you'll take if you're a head coach. As that one misses upstairs, 1-1 down to Harris.
Harris, another guy out of Wichita State for the Saints. In addition to those walks, he's also been hit by pitch twice so far in CCL play. So as Josh said, he gets on base at a high clip.
The 1-1 misses up.
Good spot there from Gray as he just missed the top part of the zone.
Bowser on first base. This is a hit and run count for sure. I didn't see the third base coach give any signs, but wouldn't be surprised to see Bowser run in this situation. Gray thinking the same thing as he throws over.
Bowser 4 for 4 on stolen base attempts in CCL play so far this summer.
A lot of guys on this Saints roster like to steal bases. They haven't been caught very much either. They're 32 for 34 this summer in stolen base attempts. As Gray spikes that one. Good block back there from Whittle to keep it in front.
Yeah, good job there by Whittle to keep that one in front. We saw in the first inning a few baseballs get past him. He does a good job to body that one and keep that one in front and keep Bowser over there at first and not out on second base.
Jack Walker, the designated hitters, waiting on deck as Evan Gray's coming home with a 3-1. And he misses up again. Cooper Harris walks, and that brings up Jack Walker with first and second and 1 out. Walker hasn't appeared in too many games for the Saints this season. Just 1 for 9. Got a couple of RBIs to his name as well, though. He's getting the start at DH today. After a few long at-bats to begin the inning, this is already going to be the 15th pitch that Evan Gray has thrown. And it's lifted into shallow left field. Grant goes back. Chavez comes in. Grant makes the catch. It's a big out number 2 for Evan Gray.
Yeah, and Grant made a good read on that one. We saw some dropped baseballs yesterday for this Oaks defense, and Grant makes a good play there, and Chavez would have been there as well, but Grant caught him off.
Yeah, you see Grant's very confident defensively, especially on those pop-ups. We've already seen him make a nice over-the-shoulder catch out there. As the top of the order is up for the Saints, and Joshua Morrissey hits first pitch ball.
Yeah, Josiah Morrissey just got under one in his first at-bat last inning and popped one out to Carrillo out in center field to start off this ball game.
Yeah, now he's up there for the second time in as many innings. This time with 2 men on and 2 men out. Looking to pick up his team's first runs of the ball game. As Gray misses up.
Morrissey out of Cal State Long Beach.
He's been the everyday center fielder for the Saints, even though he's struggled up there at the plate. That's just because they know what he can do out there. And while he's struggled at the plate, he hasn't allowed that to affect his defense. He's ahead in the count 2-0. He takes a strike at the knees from Gray. Really nice 2-1 spot, 2-0 spot from him to get the count to 2-1. And that one's laced back up the middle for a hit. Carrillo fields it. He'll throw to third. There'll be no play at the plate. And the runner's in there safely. An RBI single for Josiah Morrissey cuts this Oaks lead in half.
Nice piece of hitting there from Morrissey as he just gets enough of the baseball to shoot that one back up the middle and give the Saints their first run of the game.
Morrissey was able to advance to second there after the throw went to third. So Saints still have 2 men in scoring position with 2 out. And Matt Marlowe, the third baseman, at the dish. He walked in the first inning and got stranded on third base. And he grounds that one to second. Brooks is there. He'll throw out Marlowe at first base. But the Saints are able to pick up one. We head to the bottom of the second inning with the Oaks leading 2-1. David Whittle will lead things off here for the Oaks in the bottom of the second inning. They lead 2-1 after scoring 2 in the bottom of the first, and the Saints picked up 1 in the top half of the second.
Got the young guys to lead things off here before going to the top of the order.
Whittle making his second start. We saw him come through with a huge bases clearing double in his Oaks debut earlier this week. Whittle, a young buck coming off his senior year of high school. He'll be attending San Diego State in the fall. He's ahead in the count now, 2-0. Carson McKinney was a 23-pitch first inning that saw him give up 4 hits and walk a batter, yet he only gave up 2, as the Oaks stranded a pair and had a runner thrown out at the plate. McKinney's able to come back with a strike. As that one misses away, Whittle's ahead in the count now, 3-1. Jack Brooks waiting on deck. The 2 high schoolers, the 2 college commits, batting 8-9 in the lineup today for the Oaks. As that one skied straight away center from Whittle. Settling under it is Morrissey, and he'll make the catch for the first out here in the second.
And that one really showed how the wind's going to be a factor today, as that one got high up in the air and they just kept pushing Morrissey from dead center to right center and further to right center.
Yeah, that looked like it was going to be right at him and kept drifting. Which brings up Jack Brooks. Like Whittle, he's 1 for 5 to begin this season, but he's walked 4 times and scored a couple of runs. Seen some really solid defense from Brooks out there at second base as well. He'll be attending the University of Oregon beginning in this fall. Another guy just coming off his senior year of high school. And he's ahead in the count now, 2-0, just like Whittle.
Yeah, Brooks has been a main staple in this lineup since arriving with his future Oregon teammates earlier this past week.
McKinney fires a strike in there to get the count 2-1. We've seen him fall behind a majority of hitters thus far today, as he fell behind Whittle 2-0 and now 2-0 to Brooks. Count goes to 3-1, just like he did to Whittle as well. We saw Whittle swing away on 3-0 and fly out to right center field. Now 3-1 to Brooks. And Brooks rolls that one to second. It'll be a routine play there for Peyton Holt. That's out number 2.
Yeah, those are 2 at-bats that have got to be frustrating for Whittle and Brooks. Both get well ahead in the count 2-0, then 3-1, and both swinging on 3-1, resulting in them heading back to the dugout.
And that brings up Austin Carrillo, who's only seen 1 pitch today in which he grounded out to first base.
Center fielder, number 4, Austin Carrillo.
After a 23-pitch first inning for McKinney, he's got 2 outs on 10 pitches. And Carrillo takes the first one inside for a ball.
And as we mentioned, Carrillo is always ready to hit first pitch, 2 strikes, 1-1, 3-1, whatever the count is. He's always going to be ready to swing at the baseball, and he does a really great job of doing so.
But he takes that one off the plate. 2-0 now. While Carrillo is an aggressive hitter, he's also a smart hitter, so he knows when to pick his spots. And that one's called a strike, low and away. Carrillo kind of just looked around and laughed at the umpire, shocked that it was called a strike.
Yeah, we saw a pitch similar to that one called for Gray in the top half of the inning.
Yeah, it wasn't even received well, as that was a nice pick there from Harris, who tried to frame the pick. Turned around to the umpire saying, seriously, it's not a strike? Well, no, bounced in front of home plate. Once again, an Oaks hitter finds himself in a 3-1 count. We saw both Whittle and Brooks swing and put the ball in play, but get out. Let's see if it's any different here on this 3-1 pitch to Carrillo.
Carrillo leads the Oaks in at-bats in CCL play at 19.
And he swings, and that one takes a hop and gets through the 3-4 hole for a knock for Carrillo as he takes a hard turnaround first and retreats back to the bag.
That was a friendly Cal Lutheran bounce right there for Carrillo.
Yeah, Carrillo hit that ball pretty hard, but it looked like that play was going to be made at first base from Becker. It took a nasty hop and bounced over the glove into right field for a hit. Brings up Tyler Gannis, who already has a hit today, a bunt hit actually. He laid one down for a single back in the first inning. He's 8 for 12 to begin his Oaks career. And he skies that one to shallow right field. It'll be a routine play out there for Jordan Rogers, and that'll do it here in the second inning. So a 2-out hit for Austin Carrillo, and he's stranded out there at first base. We head to the third inning with the Oaks leading 2-1.
Welcome you back now. Top three. Evan Gray still on the mound for your Oaks, and he'll be greeted by Tyson Donahue, who he walked on 4 pitches back in the first.
Yeah, for Gray, it hasn't been the most efficient outing through 2 innings, throwing 40 pitches through the 2 innings of 1-run ball. He's going to look to try to get ahead of hitters here in the third.
We'll get Donahue swinging and missing at strike 1 on what looked like a changeup.
Yeah, it was the first pitch changeup there from Gray, pulling the string, and Donahue was well out in front on that one.
Heater misses upstairs.
I mean, that pitch sequence right there, you can really see how the changeup works off the fastball, as that last changeup started in the upper part of the strike zone, and we saw Donahue swing and miss through it well on top of it. That fastball was upstairs, and Donahue was able to take it.
Gray goes off speed there, and Donahue just inside of that one fouls it back for strike number 1.
That's another changeup there from Gray, so he's continuing to mix and switch up the eye levels here on Donahue, who he walked on first pitches back in the first. So it's great to see him get ahead 1-2.
That one shot to left field. That one's drifting and will land foul out of the reach of Josiah Chavez.
Yeah, you'd like to see Gray get his fastball down just a little bit. It's a good 1-2 pitch, but we've seen him miss up quite a few times in hitter-friendly counts when he's trying to, paint the outside corner, paint it at the knees.
Yes, he did. So Gray gets another strikeout, his 4th of the game now, as he gets Donahue to break the plan on the check swing and makes him look silly, chasing one downstairs for strike 3 for out number 1.
Well, that's the benefit of throwing the fastball at the knees. Because of that breaking ball that starts at the knees and then breaks into the dirt, it looks like a strike for a majority of the way, and
So
dips out of the zone.
So Peyton Holt steps in now for his second at-bat, struck out swinging, and his first at-bat against Gray. So foul that one back. As mentioned, Holt will be transferring to University of Arkansas starting this fall, and obviously Evan Gray just transferred out of University of Arkansas. So in round 1, the former Razorback beat the future Razorback. Here they are for round 2. Changeup dropped in there by Gray for strike number 2. 0-2 count now to Holt.
It's a good spot for an 0-1 change, working off of that high fastball.
That one's fouled away. Gray went high heater.
Makes sense to see him go high heater after the changeup started in that exact same eye level and then broke into the zone. See if he tries to paint another fastball away here if he goes to the breaking ball.
Tried to go off speed and didn't get it to break. He misses upstairs for ball 1. 1-2 count now to Holt.
They tried to go with the breaking ball there, but just couldn't get on top of it. Just skied it.
Gray gets another guy chopping at 1 on strike. So it's a check swing as Holt kind of just gave an effort after he would have gone down looking. So he just gets kind of a half swing on that one on what would have been ruled strike 3 no matter what. But he'll go down swinging and not looking. So back-to-back strikeouts to start this inning for Evan Gray.
It's 5 strikeouts on the day already for Gray. And one of his victims, Nathan Becker's now in there again.
Fastball misses upstairs against Becker. A big strikeout Gray got against Becker back in the first as it stranded 2 guys in scoring position. After they had second and third, nobody out, and then he struck out Holt and Becker to end the first. That one's crushed. Foul.
Yeah, Becker just turned on that one. crushed it, but it was well foul.
Becker tied for second in RBIs. Seven total RBIs this summer. So foul that one the other direction now. 1-2 count to him now.
God, Evan Gray's done a spectacular job this inning of mixing up his pitches. And it just really shows that if he stays in the strike zone, he's great at missing bats and sending guys down, which we're seeing here. And we're seeing how well the changeup and the breaking ball work off of his fastball.
That one misses downstairs. Good job by Whittle to squeeze that one. Michael Stanford's walking out to the bullpen. We'll see if he warms up or not. It's great spike that one in front of the plate and bounces over the head of Whittle. The backstop count now full to Becker, and it looks like Stanford will be warming up out there in the bullpen as Sulak's slowly working back out there. So warm up Stanford, who's starting to stretch out in the bullpen.
Yeah, Stanford isn't anywhere close to being ready, so this will be Gray's inning. Stanford will probably be getting the fourth.
Full count delivery from Gray. That one goes off the end of the bat of Becker and just fouled back. Becker just able to get a piece of that one and continue the battle. Gray delivers. Off-speed misses upstairs for ball 4, so he walks Becker, which will bring Jordan Rogers to the plate, who struck out in his first at-bat last inning.
Jordan Rogers.
Yeah, Evan Gray just can't get that 1-2-3 inning. Punched out the first two guys, but lost Nathan Becker after being ahead 1-2.
That one is lined into center field. That one will drop down. It'll be a base knock for Jordan Rogers.
Yeah, Rogers picking on the first one he sees and hitting it back up the middle for a hit.
Yeah, Gray went for a fastball on the outside part of the plate there, and Rogers early on the swing just got the end of the barrel to it, but it was a strong enough swing that he just kind of flubbed that one out to left center field over the head of Gavin Grant at shortstop, and too shallow for Chavez or Carrillo to be able to make a play on.
26, Jeff Bowser.
So Bowser steps in now. He singled and came around the score last inning, the only run of the game for the Saints. .278 in CCL play coming in today was Bowser out of University of Nevada, Reno. And he'll look at the changeup for strike number 1.
Yeah, for Bowser, he's trying to stay hot at the plate as he scored the lone run for the Saints back in the second.
And the fastball's dotted on the inside part of the plate as well for strike number 2.
Yeah, it looked like a breaking ball that actually started at Bowser and ended up in catching the inside corner.
.02 is the count now. Gray delivers. That one shot up the middle. Grant gathers, he'll flip it to Brooks, and he's safe. So Bowser will reach as Grant was too slow to flip the Brooks at second after Jordan Rogers got a good jump at first. And he gets to second safely, allowing Jeff Bowser to get on base and load the bases now.
Yeah, it's questionable decision there from Grant. Of course, with second base right in front of you, you want to just flip it there. But I think the better option would have just been throwing across the diamond to get Bowser at first. He had the time.
That one from Gray misses away. Bases are loaded for Cooper Harris, who worked a walk in his first at-bat last inning. He was stranded at third to finish up the second. 1 for 10 in his 4 CCL games so far this season is Cooper Harris, catcher today out of Wichita State.
Remember, this inning started with back-to-back strikeouts from Gray. And then he was ahead 1-2 to Becker, but after the walk and now a couple singles, Gray finds himself in a hole.
Fastball from Gray just misses outside for ball 2.
Gray's really gotten unlucky. I mean, it was a good pitch on the single from Rogers, and it just wasn't even all barrel. It was off the end of the bat a little bit, and he was able to flip it to center for a hit. And then just that roll over to short by Bowser was just unfortunate circumstance to allow him to reach base.
Gray misses with the fastball and 2 upstairs. 3-0 count now.
Stanford up and going now. Gray is in danger of not even finishing this 3rd inning.
Count now. Gray delivers. That fastball gets in there for strike 1.
Hopefully Gray can replicate that same pitch here. Even on 3-1, that's a really good spot on a fastball away that can't get hit too hard.
Gray delivers 3-1. That one misses downstairs, so he walks a run in to tie this game. It's going to be frustrating for him, too, because of what just ensued on the at-bat before, where he started walking to the dugout because he thought he had an inning ground ball to short, but unable to make the play was Gavin Grant. And now we'll see pitching coach Scott Radinsky make a trip to the mound to talk to Gray here, but Stanford still warming in the bullpen. Take a quick break. Wow. Radinsky goes to talk to Gray. While we're away, make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel, turn on the notification bell, and like the video. Welcome you back. I think Coach Radinsky just went out there to say what's up to Evan Gray, and that was about it, because that's how quick that mound visit went right there. So bases loaded, 2-2 ball game now, and Jack Walker will step in now. He flew out to shallow left field to retreating Gavin Grant for the 2nd out of last inning.
The top of the order looms.
Suicide squeeze. Salgado fires the first. He's in there. So a perfectly executed suicide squeeze with 2 outs from Jack Walker.
I mean, yeah, with 2 outs and the bases loaded, it wouldn't really be a squeeze for Walker. He was just bunting to get a hit in that situation, and he executes it to perfection. And just like that, the Saints have the lead.
Just shy of Morrissey will string a swing and miss at strike one. His third at bat in as many innings now. 1 for 2 today. RBI single last inning. Morrissey announced his transfer to Cal State Long Beach from Cal State Bakersfield this past spring. This past spring played in 48 games, 47 he started in. So fouled that one back, 0-2 count to him now. In his 48 games at Cal State Bakersfield for the Roadrunners, batting average .292 with a OPS of .834. 20 total RBIs, which was 5th on the team. Oh, he's got the bases loaded here. That one's hit out to center field. Carrillo, he'll run in and make the play. So damage limited there, as what could have gotten out of hand is only going to be a 2 spot, but the Saints the Saints take the lead for the first time today. We'll take it to the bottom of the third. Welcome you back now. Bottom 3, Gavin Grant steps in the box. He singled, came around the score in his first at bat of the game in the first.
Yeah, it was Grant who had, I guess you'd call it a miscue in the top of the third that allowed the Saints to pick up a couple runs on the grounder to him, in which he flipped to second and the runner beat it.
2 straight balls to Gavin Grant. Now to the University of Oregon, Grant played in 55 total games this past spring for the Ducks, 53 which he started in. .292 for the average. So look at strike one, OPS of .866. They'll chase the fastball outside for strike two. 2-2 they count now to Grant.
Good pitch there from McKinney. He's done a nice job of bouncing back since that long first inning. Nearly a 1-2-3. Third, he just second, he just surrendered a single.
Misses well outside there on the off-speed pitch to run the count full with AJ Salgado waiting on deck. Down on strikes is Gavin Grant. He thought that one was ball 4. He thought it was inside, but we've seen the umpire calling that pitch all game. So AJ Salgado steps in now. He had the RBI single to start the Oaks scoring off in the first, and then he was gunned down at home when he was sent, trying to give a lot of 2 RBIs on his double, and seems a lot of his day is going to be done as Colin Hynek waits on deck now, as he'll become the designated hitter today for the Oaks now. Salgado looks at ball 1.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, we knew that Lotta had the hamstring issue all week, and coming into today, he wasn't 100%, so not surprised.
And there's another base knock for the hot bat of AJ Salgado.
He's got just such a pretty swing. I mean, every time he swings, it looks like he's going to barrel it up, and that's already 2 hits and as many at-bats for him today.
Heineck steps in now out of Georgia State. Georgia, as the boys call him. Every time he walks on the bus, Georgia. Somebody tries to talk him on the bus, hey, Georgia. That one will miss away. Ball one, Heineck. Heineck absolutely obliterated a baseball over the fence in San Luis Obispo for his first home run of the summer. And he'll crush that one down the left field line, just foul.
Yeah, we actually caught up with Heineck's dad a little bit yesterday. Because we were unable to broadcast yesterday's game, we were fans, and we caught up with Heineck's dad, who told us that Heineck actually hasn't been healthy. He just got healthy this past April after dealing with a broken bone in his hand that he suffered in the fall. So for Heineck, it's the first time in a while that he's been seeing live at-bats, so it's great to see him hit a bomb.
That one misses downstairs to Heineck. Heineck started yesterday at catcher, but then after some defensive struggles at first base for Zach Crandall, the two of them flip-flopped. Heineck went to first, and Crandall went back behind the plate. 2-1 count to Heineck. He leans out of the way of that one.
The dangerous hitter that you want to fall behind in the count 3-1.
Runner goes. Base knock for Heineck. Salgado will round second. He'll head to third, and he'll get in there. Well executed hit and run right there by Colin Heineck and AJ Salgado.
It's perfectly executed between the pair, as Salgado's able to get first to third on the single from Heineck.
Left fielder, number 14, Josiah Chavez.
So Josiah Chavez will step in now. He walked and stayed put at first back in the first inning. He looks to tie this ball game back up with AJ Salgado standing there on third. The off-speed pitch breaks too much there as it ends up at the feet of Chavez for ball one.
Yeah, for Chavez in a double play situation right here. So with the runner on third, you're going to want to look for something up to try and elevate it as opposed to hitting the ball on the ground.
Chavez gets it through.
You can hit it on the ground if you hit it through the infield.
It's an RBI single for Josiah Chavez. I keep wanting to say Josiah because Josiah Morrissey, but Josiah Chavez drives in Salgado to tie this ball game back up at 3. We'll see a mound visit now for the Saints. So the pitcher semi-warming up, but he's not loose as the catcher's still standing up down in the Saints bullpen. But they'll come talk to McKinney with Glowacki at the plate, and already 1 run across and only 1 out and 2 batters on already for Glowacki.
For Chavez, that's just a really nice piece of hitting. Did try to look for something up. He got something over the heart of the plate, and he wasn't trying to pull that ball on the ground, tried to stay short, but just hit the ball so hard, got on top of it a little bit, ripped it through the right side for an RBI knock. His first RBI in the season for Chavez.
So Glowacki looking for his first base knock since season opener against the non-CCL opponent, Coastal Dodgers. That one misses down. Knocked down and kept in front there by Cooper Harris. Got away from him a little bit, though, so he had to sprint out to that one to make sure Heineck and Chavez didn't advance.
Yeah, it was just a textbook block back there from Harris. Smothered that baseball.
Glowacki holds up on the one at his hands. 2-0 now to him. Glowacki coming off his first year at San Diego State, where he played in 41 games, starting 36 of them. That one is upstairs to him. 3-0 count now to Glowacki. The average 254, and the OPS just a little above 650.
Yeah, not too much pop in the bat of Glowacki. Just 5 extra base hits, all 5 doubles.
That one will be ruled strike one on the bottom part of the zone. 3-1 count now to Glowacki.
That's the only reason the OPS isn't as high as it could be, just because the slugging percentage is down. But he's a guy who gets on base in a really high clip.
Glowacki walks, which loads the bases for David Whittle, and last time Whittle came to the plate with the bases loaded, it was a bases clearing double.
Whittle's going to be looking to have the same approach that he had last week when he slugged that bases clearing double, which is just to stay short. Pick on something he likes.
The fastball ruled a strike there on the outside part of the plate. First pitch that Whittle sees.
Yeah, that's not what you want on the first pitch. That one just clipped the outside corner.
Whittle pops that one up. And that one will just land out of territory. We'll drop in near the bleachers on the right side for strike two.
Yeah, finding yourself in an old 0-2 hole here is difficult. If you're Whittle, you're probably going to try to shorten up a little bit, choke up on the bat if you feel comfortable doing it. Try to get something up and elevate it and allow Heineck to come in to score.
That one misses well away. 1-2 count now to Whittle.
Especially after a couple fastballs now on a 1-2 count. Whittle is probably going to be looking at something like an off-speed pitch or a breaking ball, so here you want to see it up.
And there's the breaking ball. That one misses outside, and sprawling effort.
And with that breaking ball, as you can see, it only landed about 50 feet, so it's just an easy take from Whittle as you just see it down and leave it.
2-2 count now to Whittle. That fastball misses low. Count now run full. So good job by Whittle behind 0-2 and now works at the full count. Whittle grounds that one to third. 5-4, safe. It calls him out.
Wait, what?
So they're going to call it an ending double play. We're going to pause here as we're going to have a conversation. They're going to come out to talk about this one. It looks like the first baseman was a mile off the bag to me. So
I mean, the Saints stayed on the field. They didn't even start running off the field. The pitcher, the first baseman, they all knew that he was off the bag. But it was such a nonchalant call, too.
So as of now, it'll go down as a 5-4-3 double play to end the inning. I'll talk to the first base umpire here, as our first base coach very quickly called over to ask the umpires to have a discussion. As of right now, Michael Stanford is on the mound, as he will be coming in the fourth, but whether or not he'll be pitching now.
I mean, if they're talking about it, it's going to get overturned because everybody else in the ballpark saw that he was off the bag. Like, Stanford should just walk off the mound right now. This is going to get overturned if they're having a conversation. Are you serious?
So they're going to call him out, which not exactly sure on that one. So it's going to go down as a 5-4-3 double play. So the run's not going to count, so they'll have to fix that. So I'm going to take a break here as we head to top four. We'll be back.
All right, on the count of 3, start spinning. 1.
Michael Stanford is the new pitcher here for the Oaks after Evan Gray's day is done. After 3 innings, giving up 3 runs, striking out 5 batters in those 3. Throwing 70 pitches, though, through those 3 innings, as Stanford fires a strike in there to Matt Marlowe.
Stanford coming off a year at the College of the Desert, where he pitched in 16 games, only started one of them, 2-2 record, 1 save, so he did a lot. Pitched 49 2/3 innings.
And we've already seen Stanford a couple times this year for the Oaks, turning in a couple scoreless innings.
That was a wicked slider right there, trying to get the back door.
Yeah, he just didn't get around that one enough. But if Stanford gets on top of that breaking ball, you're right, it looks pretty filthy. But
Marlowe, the only batter to not come to plate last inning for the Saints.
As they sent 8 up to the plate and plated 2. They also stranded 3, so it could have been worse. The Oaks erased that 3-2 deficit quickly, though, in the bottom of the 3rd, tying it back up at 3, as Stanford fires the 3-1 pitch in there for a strike.
Marlowe out of Regis. His 5 CCL games he's sitting on the Mendoza line.
That one's fouled away. It's a good pitch there on 3-2 from Stanford. Marlowe staying alive. Haven't been too many easy at-bats in this Saints lineup today. Another 3-2 pitch that's grounded foul, wide of third. We'll do it again.
It's the third time we'll see Stanford this summer. Saw him make his debut in Santa Barbara last Friday, and then we saw him close out a game here a few days ago.
And that one's driven out to left field. Jai Chavez drifts over towards the line. He makes the play for out number 1. You could really see the wind take that ball as it continued to go down the left field line, but Chavez was able to get there with ease and make the catch for the first out. This brings up Tyson Donahue, who began last inning with a strikeout looking. He walked on 4 pitches back in the first. Donahue takes a strike on the outer half.
Good job there, and the last at-bat from Stanford, the battle back. From a count, he was behind him the whole time to get that fly out to left.
That one's shot into left field. Chavez is there. 2 up, 2 down to begin the 4th inning for Michael Stanford.
Second baseman, number 14.
That time he was able to get in on the hands of Donahue, as Donahue was late, got jammed a little bit, and flew it to left field, right where Josiah Chavez was standing. Peyton Holt steps in, who's already punched out a couple times today in two plate appearances. Swings and misses at the first pitch he sees. It was an 8-pitch at-bat to Matt Marlowe where Marlowe really made Stanford work, but then he was able to get Donahue on 2 pitches. And he's now ahead of Holt 0-2. Holt's looking to avoid striking out for the 3rd time in as many tries. The 0-2 pitch misses way outside.
Peyton Holt coming off a great spring at Crowder College, where he'll be transferring out of to go to Arkansas. 407 was the average in his 17 games.
As Holt lifts that one straight away center field. Carrillo settles under it. First 1-2-3 inning of the day for Oaks pitching. We head to the bottom of the 4th inning, tied at 3. Carson McKinney's day is done after just 3 innings in which he allowed 3 runs. He'll be replaced by Cole Dale from UC San Diego, and he'll face 9-1-2 here in the Oaks lineup as we're tied in this one 3-3. We've already seen 13 hits in 3.5 innings of action, so there's been a lot of balls hit and play.
Cole Dale coming off a year of 13 appearances with 2 starts, 20 total innings pitched for the Triton out of UC San Diego. 6.30 ERA with a 1.85 whip. Only 1 loss in terms of the record.
This summer for the Saints, Dale has just pitched in 1 outing in which he went 1 2/3 and struck out 3 batters. So 1 very successful outing thus far for Dale. Looking to build off of that here today against the Oaks. Faced 5 batters, struck out 3 of them and walked 1. Jack Brooks will hit. He takes the ball inside and one nearly clipped his jersey. Grounded out to second, back in the 2nd inning. That one did clip Brooks' jersey. So he'll be aboard to lead things off here in the 4th. After 2nd pitch he sees hits him. That brings up the top of the order and Austin Carrillo.
Center fielder number 4, Austin Carrillo.
Yeah, and that's already the 3rd time that Brooks has been hit since joining the team in the middle of the week.
Yeah, it feels like he's gotten hit in nearly every start for Jack Brooks. We already know what Austin Carrillo can do. He's up there with 1 aboard and nobody out. Takes the first pitch and he'll catch the corner for a strike. That one misses upstairs. 1-1 now to Carrillo. For Brooks, he has yet to steal any bases this summer for the Oaks, but we know he is a threat to run. And Carrillo fouls that one away. 1-2 now. Carrillo is used to this area, used to this field, having playing his college days over here at Cal Lutheran. And there goes Brooks. Carrillo laces one to left center field. A perfectly executed hit and run. Carrillo takes a hard turn, stays at first, and now he'll hit his second as the throw comes home. Not sure exactly why Morrissey threw it all the way to the plate, but the Oaks have 2nd and 3rd with nobody out.
It's the 2nd time already today we've seen a successful hit and run from this Oaks team as Carrillo just put a nice swing on that one and just give it a nice soft bloop into left center out there.
Yeah, that is just typical textbook, perfect piece of hitting as Carrillo went and got that pitch on the outside corner and shot it to left center. Tyler Gannis is at the dish now. He's 1 for 2 today. Singled and scored back in the 1st. And he flew out to right field in the 2nd. Gannis up there with 2nd and 3rd, nobody out. Takes a first pitch breaking ball for a strike on the outside of the plate.
Saw Gannis lead off today with a bunt single, and then he came around to score eventually on the RBI single from A.J. Salgado. He flew out to right field to end the second.
And he fouls off the 0-1 pitch, and he finds himself now in an 0-2 hole.
Looking to give the Oaks the lead again today. He's got his future Ducks teammate, his current Oaks teammate, at third, and Austin Carrillo at second.
And he's also got a Duck teammate in the on-deck circle in Gavin Grant. Got a lot of Oregon Ducks.
And 2 Ducks out in the pond in scoring position.
Gannis still behind in the count 0-2. Here's the pitch from Chase Dale, and it's popped up on the infield. It'll be an easy play for Peyton Holt at second base. It's out number 1.
Shortstop, number 34, Gavin Grant.
Gavin Grant's now up there with second and third. And 1 away. Looking to do what Tyler Gannis was unable to do and give the Oaks the lead back. And Grant drives that one foul down the right field line. That one just kept on carrying and actually hit off the base of the wall in right field, but in foul territory. Grant singled back in the first inning, also came around to score. And then he was a strikeout victim in the second on a questionable 3-2 pitch in which he thought he had ball 4. And he grounds one to second. He'll get a run in. Holt throws to first. It's great execution there from Gavin Grant. Grant got a breaking ball down, and instead of watching it or instead of chasing it and whiffing, he saw it and hit it to the right side for an RBI ground out.
Yeah, not really a pitch that Grant could do much with there, but he does a good job of hitting it the other way and allows the run to score and gives the Oaks the lead again.
And the red hot bat of A.J. Salgado comes up. Salgado's last start, like Austin said, he was our player of the game on Friday, and San Luis Obispo had the day off yesterday. Just got a pinch hit at bat. Already 2 for 2 today with a run scored and an RBI. He's now ahead in the count 2-0. With a runner on third and first base and second base open, not surprised to see them pitching around A.J. Salgado a little bit. Here's the 2-0. It's in there for a strike, 2-1. Colin Heineck waits on deck in the DH spot. The DH spot is 2 for 2 today, but Heineck is just 1 for 1, as we saw Maddox Lauder removed from the game after just 1 plate appearance, in which he doubled. As that one's kept in front by Harris back there.
That was a lucky break for Harris because he had no clue where that baseball was as it popped up and hit him in the mask. And it, luckily for him, hit him in the mask and went in front of the plate because he lost it and could have been Austin Carrillo walking in home very easily.
Well, yeah, and we didn't even see Harris attempt to block that. He actually just tried to pick it. So he's lucky that it bounced in front of him instead of getting by him. As the 3-1 to Salgado's taken in the dirt. Not surprised to see them continuing to go breaking ball even on 3-1 with such a dangerous hitter up there.
And with that walk right there, taking you back to Friday's game, Salgado has now reached base safely in 8 straight at-bats.
Holy. Stay hot up there, AJ. He keeps this up. He's heading towards another Player of the Game nomination, Austin. Today would be you interviewing him, so I won't look like a little kid standing next to him again.
Let's see if Salgado tries to swipe second to put 2 runners in scoring position. 15 bags he had this past spring at Cal State LA. Was never caught stealing. There he goes.
There he goes. First pitch, just like you said, Austin, and he's in there, and the throw goes into center field. So Carrillo's going to come in to score, and the Oaks extend their lead to 5-3. Wasting no time listening to Austin's advice, and Salgado takes off on the first pitch, which allows Carrillo to come in to score as the throw goes into center field. Now if Heineck gets another knock, this time it would drive in Salgado, as he just advanced Salgado from first to third in his last at-bat. Good block back there from Harris. Two and 0 now to Heineck. Heineck's 1 for 1 today. Singled, was stranded on third last inning. And he flies a 2-0 pitch into right center field. Morrissey calls off Rogers and makes the play to end the threat here in the 4th inning, but not before the Oaks add a couple more. We head to the 5th inning with the Oaks leading 5-3.
Welcome you back now. Top 5. Michael Stanford still on the mound for your Oaks, and he'll face Nathan Becker, who gets one off the edge of the bat, sends that into the Oaks dugout. We've seen that a couple times now from Becker, as in his last at bat he battled one off against Evan Gray off the edge of his bat, and he eventually worked a walk, but that one just misses away. Ball 1. Becker 0 for 1 today. Walked, as I mentioned, the last at bat, came around the score, and then he struck out swinging to end the first. Stanford misses upstairs there.
It was Becker who started the rally for the Saints. They had nobody on and 2 outs back in the 3rd inning, and it was Becker who drew that 7-pitch walk in which he was down 1-2, and that allowed the Saints offense to keep going.
That one's hit to Brooks at second. Tough play, but he makes it look easy.
Yeah, it looked like it should have been a routine play there to Dak Brooks, but that last hop kind of just kicked up. But his quick reflexes, he was able to get the glove there in time to throw out Becker at first.
Rogers.
Pitch one to Rogers, misses outside. Jordan Rogers today is 1 for 2. He struck out swinging to start the second, and he had a single on the first pitch he saw in his second at bat against Gray. Found that one away towards the pool.
Rogers struggling a little bit this season, hitting below 200. A home run though, a couple doubles as well.
So shoot that one to left field, but Chavez just moves about 10 feet to his right and settles under that one for out number 2.
This guy, Jeff Bowser, has been such a hard out for the Oaks in the 2 games. He's reached base 4 times in 6 tries in the 2 appearances against the Oaks.
It's been a 2 for 2 day for him so far. Both singles. Scored in his first at bat, starting at third as he looks at ball 1. That one shot right to the glove of Tyler Gannis. Stanford started to break towards first base, and then he was like, oh, Gannis caught it. So it's another 1-2-3 inning for Michael Stanford. 6 up, 6 down. The first 6 batters he faces will take you to the bottom of the 5th.
Left fielder, number 14, Josiah Chavez.
Josiah Chavez will step in now for his 3rd at bat of the day. He's been busy out there in left field defensively, as it seems like every baseball that's hit out to the outfield is hit to him. A couple to Carrillo, but mainly to him so far today. Still swing and miss at the off-speed pitch for strike number 1. Chavez 1 for 1 today, 2 for 2 in terms of getting on base in his 2 plate appearances. Walked in the first, RBI single, started at second, back in the 3rd. That one misses downstairs for ball 1.
Yeah, for Chavez, he's been moving around a lot in left field. Like you said, Austin moving to his right, his left. Ball's right at him, getting a lot of balls out there in left.
Swings and misses at the fastball for strike 2. As of now, it looks like the Oaks are going to continue to ride Michael Stanford. As I say that, Chavez swings and misses at strike 3, but as I said that, Jackson Jordan has begun to walk out to the bullpen.
It actually looks like it's just Stanford walking out there.
Oh, it is Stanford. My apologies.
I don't know what he's going out there for. Maybe just to give Cody Sulak some company as he's sitting out there by himself.
He actually just going to get his bands that he uses to stretch. Left him out there. Now Jackson
There
Jordan's
goes
trotting
Jackson
out there.
Jordan.
Glowacki fouls that one back. for strike one. I heard Nick Rinkover call Jackson Jordan Big Red on the bus yesterday, and I like that nickname. So thank you, Rink. We're going to adopt that one and start calling Jackson that.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact
As
same thing.
Glowacki crushes one out to right field. A nice play out there by a backtracking Jordan Rogers, and so Glowacki's still looking to get that first hit as he absolutely crushed that baseball.
Yeah, that's the best swing of the summer that we've seen from Tyler Glowacki, and I think third base coach Cody Raymer's about to tell him that too, because he totally barreled that one and crushed it to right field.
Yeah, we see about 8 guys jump out of the Oaks dugout to pick up Glowacki there, as they even know that that one was crushed.
Yeah, especially with the guy who's been struggling at the plate like that. Just got to give him all the love you can.
That one misses downstairs, so David Whittle steps in now. He flew out the center in his first at-bat, and his last at-bat was where we had that inning-ending double play where nobody except for the first base umpire thought it was a double play.
Yeah. For a guy like Glowacki who's been struggling at the plate, it's great to see that it hasn't affected his defense at all, or his attitude, his mentality. We see him on the bus before the games, after the games, always joking around. So it's not like he's taking his struggles at the plate with him everywhere he goes.
That one will get in there to strike one against Whittle. And our analysis for who we think's going down the bullpen. First, I got it wrong with Stanford. Josh got it wrong with Sulak, because it's actually Crandall who's down there warming up Jackson Jordan now, but Jackson Jordan throwing pretty quickly, getting loose down there. Whittle chops that one to third. A nice pick. And he will be on the bag that time. So it'll be a 1-2-3 inning as the Oaks go down in order. We'll take you to the top of the 6th, but while we're away, make sure to subscribe, hit the notification bell, and like the stream. Yeah, I'm just dancing.
We welcome you back to the 6th inning of action between the Oaks and the Saints. Jackson Jordan is the new pitcher for the Oaks after Michael Stanford goes a couple innings, faces just 6 batters in those 2 innings. No strikeouts, but no base runners either. Jackson Jordan's appeared in 3 games. He struggled against the Coastal Dodgers, in which he went 1 inning and allowed 3 runs. But in his 2 league games, he's gone 2 scoreless innings, 3 punch-outs, and a walk with just no hits allowed. He'll face the bottom half of the order here for the Saints, 8-9-1. Starting things off will be Cooper Harris, who's 0 for 0 today in a couple plate appearances, and which he walked both times. Takes a first pitch slider from Jordan. Harris has done a nice job today behind the plate of keeping balls in front of him, as we've seen a lot of pitches in the dirt from Saints pitching today. Jordan evens up the count at 1-1. One pitch is fouled back. 1-2 now the count to Cooper Harris.
Harris just finished up his second year at Wichita State, in which he did not play this last spring. Not exactly sure why. He did play in his first year with the program back in 2021. Only played in 10 total games. Started in 7 of them. But successful high school career before that.
Could have been dealing with the injury bug as that breaking ball nearly comes back to get the strike zone, but misses inside.
That slider had a lot of movement on it.
Yeah, it sure does. That pitch was nearly behind Harris when it was first released. Wound up into the glove of Whittle, but not in the strike zone. That one gets Harris, and he's on for the 3rd time today in as many tries.
Saints dugout fired up about that one.
Yeah, they sure are. And with that, their catcher getting hit, they're probably yelling things like, somebody check on that baseball, showing that Harris is a tank. And on base 3 times today.
They said something that wasn't well received by the home plate umpires. He yelled something over towards their dugout after that.
Jack Walker's up there now. It's 1 for 2 today. And he shows bunt, pulls back as that one misses away. Walker's today's designated hitter for the Saints. And he comes in today just 1 for 9 on the young summer, appearing in his 5th game for the Saints. As the 1-0 pitch misses outside, 2-0.
So Jackson Jordan just finished up his first year at Moore Park College, right down the street here. 17 appearances, 3 starts, a 2-4 record, 3 saves as well, 29 2/3 innings across those 17 appearances.
Showing bunt early now is Walker. And Jordan still can't get it in there. Falls behind 3-0 now. We saw this problem with Jordan and his season debut back last week against the Coastal Dodgers. But since then, it's been a couple of clean outings for him. In danger of allowing the first 2 guys to get on. He was able to come back with a 3-0 pitch for a strike.
Yeah, Jordan's 2 appearances in CCL play have both been very flawless. 3 strikeouts and 2 innings pitched, only a 1 walk, no runs allowed, no hits allowed.
The 3-1 pitch is in there for a strike. 3-2 now to Walker.
2 good bounce back fastballs there from Big Red Jackson Jordan.
Surprised to see Walker pull back on that one as it was right down the middle. He did take it back quite early. Looked like it was almost a fake bunt, but couldn't imagine so as the runner goes. Swung on and missed. Whittle couldn't handle it. So Harris is in there safely at second, but it'll be the first strikeout for Jordan and the first out of this 6th inning.
Center fielder, number 25, Josiah Morrissey.
It's the 2nd stolen base of the summer for Cooper Harris. Catcher showing off the wheels. Whittle's going to go out there with Jordan, most likely to discuss signs here with the runner on second. As the top of the order comes up for the Saints with just shy of Morrissey. It's 1 for 3 today. He's made a bunch of plays out there in center field, though, for the Saints. And Morrissey rips the first pitch through the right side for a hit, and it gets under the glove of Glowacki. It's going to roll to the wall. Morrissey's going to round third. He's headed towards the plate. There will not be a throw. And that's going to go down as a single E9. And the Saints tie it up with one swing.
Yeah, so not exactly sure what just happened out there in right field for Tyler Glowacki. I was getting geared up, ready for Glowacki to gun Cooper Harris down at home plate, and all of a sudden that one just sneaks underneath his glove, and the speed of Morrissey allows him to draw it on the bases. Now we got ourselves a tie ball game once again.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I think Glowacki was thinking along your lines. He was getting ready to fire home and throw the guy out at the plate, but he picked up his head too early and picked up the glove too early, which allowed the ball to roll all the way to the fence. Good job from Jordan, though, to come back with the first pitch strike on Marlowe. He gets another one as Marlowe check swings that one foul. Morrissey flew around the bases there. I knew for sure that he was going to get to third, but she just kept on going, and he was in there easily with no throw at the plate.
That one ate up David Whittle as he slid to keep that one in front, and he kind of just froze there afterwards as the umpire threw a ball back to Jackson Jordan.
The 1-2 to Marlowe. Skied into straightaway center right at Austin Carrillo. He'll make the catch. It'll be the second out of the inning.
I feel like we see more times than not that Austin Carrillo barely moves when a baseball's hit the center field. He just always seems to be in the right spot.
Yep. And that brings up Tyson Donahue, who's reached base today, but he's 0 for 2. He walked back in the first. He's also a strikeout victim today. Flew out, dude, in the fourth on a tough lefty-lefty matchup with Michael Stanford. Jordan misses with the first one.
Yeah, Donahue has had himself quite a summer up to this point, the leading hitter in CCL play for the Saints. Came into the game hitting .467.
Jordan misses down with that one. Now we see action out in the Oaks bullpen. It looks like Charlie Adamson just got down there.
And I can confidently tell you that Brendan Durfee's the one warming him up, because Durfee has obviously a noticeable difference between Crandall and Sulak.
Yeah, definitely Brendan Durfee down there. As the 2-0 pitch comes in from Jordan, swung on and missed. 2-1 now.
Him and Heineck are obviously both taller than the rest of the catching crew, but Heineck's our designated hitter now today, so obviously he's not going to be down there warming up Charlie Adamson.
It's now 3-1 to Donahue. He's looking to walk for the second time today with Peyton Holt, the cleanup hitter, waiting on deck. Jordan looking to avoid surrendering another free pass. And that one's crushed. Deep right center field. That ball is gone.
And Donahue knew it off the bat, too, as that's really the first no-doubter we've seen this summer here, as we haven't really seen any of the guys who have gone yard this summer know right away off the bat, but Donahue stood there and admired it for a couple seconds before trotting around the bases, and all of a sudden the Saints retake the lead.
Yeah, this back and forth battle continues as we've seen 3 or 4 lead changes already, and we're just in the 6th inning. For Donahue, that's his second home run of the summer, which leads the Saints. And Peyton Holt steps in, who's 0 for 3 on the day with a couple of strikeouts. Takes a first pitch slider off the edge. That one's hitting to left center field, and that'll drop for a hit. Couple of two-strike knocks, a home run from Donahue, and now a single from Holt.
The Saints dugout wants that baseball because that's the first hit of the summer for Peyton Holt after he started the day over 3.
And that brings up Nathan Becker, who's 0 for 2 today. Struck out, and he walked as well, though, and came around to score. And there goes Holt, and he'll be up easily. The pitch gets by Whittle, and Holt's going to go first to third. So Holt gets his first hit of the summer, proceeds to steal his first base of the summer, and then gets to third on the wild pitch. Now another wild pitch here would allow Holt to come in to score. Whittle's got to be extra protective back there.
Things just going from bad to ugly in this inning.
And that one shot through the hole for a hit. The Saints put another run on the board here in the 6th inning, and they double their lead and extend it to 7-5.
Jordan Rogers.
Which brings up Jordan Rogers, who's looking to keep this 2-out rally going. He singled and scored back in the 3rd inning, 1 for 3. It looks like pitching coach Scott Radinsky is going to head out there for a visit. Definitely a much-needed visit with Jackson Jordan. Jordan's faced 7 batters already. And to those 7 batters, he's thrown 25 pitches. Charlie Adamson continues to get loose down there in that bullpen. This is a more lengthy visit between Radinsky and Jordan.
Radinsky just signaled down to the bullpen. I think he wants Adamson getting ready quicker.
Well, the 8th hitter of the inning for the Saints will be the right fielder Jordan Rogers. He's looking to pick up another knock for the Saints. So he takes a strike. Three straight hits thus far with 2 outs for the Saints. It was a Donahue solo homer. Then Peyton Holt singled, stole second, and got to third on the same pitch, and then came around to score on a Nathan Becker single. As Jordan misses with that one, and you could see the frustration from him. 1-1 now to Rogers. That slider misses in the dirt. Good stop there from Whittle.
Yeah, and obviously it's frustration for Jordan as I think we're going to see a pitching change now as
Well, you're going to see actually a trainer go out and talk to him.
yeah, so I watched when Coach Radinsky went back to the little crowd of coaches that are next to the dugout. He said something to I think it was Coach Raymer down there and maybe Coach Garcia about something with Jordan. Now we'll see Jordan talking with Yoshi, our trainer. see what's going on. But for Jordan, as I was saying, frustrating. So we are going to see the pitching change. But Jordan, his 3 appearances before this, as Josh mentioned, it was a rough outing against the Coastal Dodgers where he gave up 3 runs on 2 hits and 1 walk. Following that, he faced the Saints last Sunday where he went 1 inning of clean baseball, 2 strikeouts for a 1-2-3 inning where he only threw 3 balls the entire inning. Then he went another clean inning. He walked 1 batter, but he struck out 1, and the 1 batter he walked was the only 4 balls he threw the entire inning. So obviously, Josh, for Jackson this outing is going to be a little frustrating, and now just to make things worse, he's coming out injured.
Yeah, it seems like that always tends to happen after a rough outing. You see a guy, stay in there longer than he should, and then, there's that elbow injury or there's that shoulder problem. And we'll talk about Charlie Adamson, the new pitcher for the Oaks, when we come back from this quick break. A Jackson Jordan injury causes a mid-at-bat pitching change for the Oaks. So it'll be Charlie Adamson on to face Jordan Rogers in a 2-1 count with a runner on first and 2 away. Adamson misses away with his first pitch.
Yeah, this is not an ideal situation, obviously, for Adamson to come into. 2 outs is nice, but coming in with a 2-1 count's always a weird one to inherit.
Yeah, now that he threw that first pitch ball, he's already behind the count 3-1, and he walks him. Sucks for Adamson because that walk goes to his stats, so it was a 2-pitch walk for Charlie Adamson. And now the Saints will hit around. Their 9th hitter to bat this inning will be Jeff Bowser. For Jordan, it was just 2/3 of an inning in his outing. 4 runs will be charged to his name, along with the potential for 1 more, as Becker on second base is Jordan's. Good job from Adamson to come back with a strike as Bowser fouls it off. Bowser lined out to first back in the 5th inning. It's the first time that he was retired today. So he was 2 for 2 before that with a couple of singles, along with the run scored. That one misses down. For Adamson, we've seen him 3 times already this summer. This is going to be his 4th outing. He's given up just 1 run in 5 1/3 innings pitched. And he falls behind 2-1 now.
It's an unfortunate call right there for Adamson. It's a pitch that had been called a strike all game long on that outside part of the plate, but Adamson doesn't get the call.
Yeah, it's a pitch that I don't think is a strike, but like you said, Austin, it's been called a strike for the most part. As Adamson evens up the count at 2-2. We're in the 6th inning of action right now between the Oaks and the Saints, and we've already seen a lot of lead changes. We got 12 runs on the board and 18 hits here through 5 1/2. As that one gets by Whittle, it might have been a cross up there between him and Adamson. Not sure exactly what happened there, but it bounces off Whittle's glove for a passed ball, and it's now 2nd and 3rd.
And I honestly thought that was strike 3, but if you're the umpire there, you see the catcher drop the ball, you got to figure that one's too inside and not where. I don't really know, but to me it looked like it should have been strike 3, but Whittle just misreads that one. It goes off his glove, and now 2 runners in scoring position.
Here's the 3-2 to Bowser, grounded right back to Adamson. He'll run it over there, flip it over to Gannis. Good job by Charlie Adamson to come in and not allow any more runs to come across. But the Oaks have losing the lead once again. They trail 7-5 as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Leading things off here in the bottom of the 6th inning for the Oaks will be Jack Brooks, who was hit by a pitch in his last plate appearance. He came around to score. He also grounded out, so an 0-for-1 day so far at the plate for Brooks. He takes a first pitch strike. Still Cole Dale out there in his 3rd inning of action. Allowed 2 in the 4th, but pitched a 1-2-3 5th inning, the lone 1-2-3 5th inning, or the lone 1-2-3 inning for the Oaks offense today. Brooks is even in the count 1-1, and he rolls that one foul, 1-2 now.
Brooks looking for his 2nd hit of the summer. Done a good job of getting on base as he's been walked 4 times and hit by 3 pitches so far this summer in a short sample size.
Yeah, although Brooks is 1 for 5 at the plate, he's reaching base at a clip over 500. So Jack Brooks is helping out in a lot of ways on offense. He's also scoring runs as well when he's out there. Takes a 1-2 pitch up and in. 2-2 now to Brooks. And that 2-2 pitch misses inside. Brooks has run it full 3-2.
Good discipline at bat from Brooks.
You've seen 6 pitches so far. Fell behind in the count 1-2. Fouled off a couple, took a couple. Now here comes the payoff. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Second strikeout of the afternoon for Cole Dale. So that's going to bring up the leadoff man, Austin Carrillo. Good pitch there from Dale on the inner half to get Brooks. As Carrillo's up there now, he's 2 for 3 today. He doubled and came around to score back in the 4th inning on a perfectly executed hit and run. And he grounds that one softly to third. It'll be a routine play there by Matt Marlowe, and it's 2 up, 2 down here to begin the 6th.
And that one just gets off the edge of Carrillo's bat. Unlucky break for him there after having back-to-back singles in his 2 previous at-bats before that.
And for Carrillo, we saw both of his hits in 5 and 4 pitch at-bats, and then his 2 outs today were both on the first pitch. So, of course, we love him swinging at everything that he likes, but see if he could try to pick out more hittable pitches as Tyler Gannis is up there with 2 outs and nobody on.
Jake Porter is stretching down in the bullpen area for the Saints, so we'll see if he starts to throw at some point.
Gannis chops that one up the middle. That's going to be a tough play and no chance to get the speedy Gannis, as he'll be in there for an infield single. Tyson Donahue made a really nice effort there, but with that almost Baltimore chop from Tyler Gannis, he beats it out.
Yeah, and he did a good job there of just putting down his head and running, and he got in there for the infield single. On what, as you said, Josh, was a tough play to make, but great hustle there from Gannis.
Gannis has now picked up a hit in every game he's appeared in for the Oaks. As that one looked like a strike to me, but it misses. Maybe down, could have been away. Not sure exactly. We've seen pitches farther off been called strikes today. It's Gavin Grant up there. Singled back in the 1st. Struck out also, but did drive in a run with a ground out in the 4th inning. It's a great block back there from Harris to keep it in front.
Yeah, Harris has done a really great job defensively. I'm sure Wichita State's going to be happy to have him back healthy next spring.
Yeah, you'd have to assume missing a full season like that after playing in your first year, and even that season being limited, you have to figure that large part of that's due to injury for Harris. As Grant takes a strike, that's almost exactly the same spot as the 3-2 pitch we saw him go down looking on back in the 3rd. Called a strike again on 2-0. Asked the umpire the same question you asked him last time, just make sure that it clipped the zone. It did, according to the home plate umpire, and that's the only opinion that matters. 2-1 out of Grant.
Harris will presumably be the seniority catcher next year as the senior catcher, who I'm presuming graduated. Everybody else is a freshman.
And Grant lifts one down the right field line, and it's going to go foul.
Just got pushed by the wind.
Yeah, we saw Gannis running on that pitch. So had that one dropped fair, would have easily scored him. But like Austin said, the wind just continued to take that ball and push it in foul territory. 2-2 now to Gavin Grant.
And the wind's really died down. I don't know how well you guys on the stream can see it. Well, the flag was completely parallel. There it is. With the flagpole, as the wind's really not blowing anymore as compared to it was in the beginning of this ball game.
Grant takes the 2-2 pitch below the knees. Runs the count full. Gannis will be on the move. AJ Salgado waiting on deck. He's reached base in all 3 plate appearances today. He's also driven in a run. Wanting to get up there with 2 men on. Here's the 3-2 to Grant, and he laces that one foul down the third base line. Did a great job of getting his hands inside of that one, but pulled it foul.
Yeah, that one inside pitch that he just turned a little too much on, as Josh said. He did a good job getting his hands there, but it got the inside part of the barrel and not able to put that one on the right side of the foul line.
We'll do it again on 3-2. And Grant chases in the dirt. So that'll be a strikeout. And that'll be another scoreless inning out of the bullpen for Cole Dale. The Oaks have yet to score in each of the past 2 innings for the first time today. We head to the 7th inning with the Saints leading 7-5.
So we welcome you back. Top 7 now as Cooper Harris will step in for his 4th at-bat of the game. And Brendan Durfee has come into the game defensively for the Oaks behind home plate. And the pitch from Adamson will be in there for strike 1.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen Durfee in the starting lineup more, so it's good to see him out there behind the dish. And his at-bats are always fun to watch.
That one shot up the middle. Past the diving Gavin Grant for a single. 4 at-bats, 4 on-base appearances for Cooper Harris today, who's been excellent at the plate offensively and defensively. He walked, hit by a pitch, stole a base last inning, and now he finally gets a single in his what is now ruled his first at-bat of the game.
Yeah, it's just a great day. That's got to feel so good, standing on first base 4 times. Boosting that on-base percentage.
Fastball from Adamson misses just away.
It's good to see Adamson shorten his leg kick with the runner on. We saw last week that runners had a field day stealing bases on him because of how high the leg kick was. But today, we're seeing going more closer to a slide step with the runner on first.
The pickoff attempt there from Adamson hits Harris in the foot. Now will trickle all the way towards the base of the bullpen out there, but Harris will just go to second and not third. So that one will go down as an E1 on Charlie Adamson.
Yeah, had that been a good throw, he might have gotten him. He definitely had Harris leaning. It would have been a close play for sure. And now Harris is walking it off over there at second base after taking the throw off his leg. Yeah, looks like we're going to hold up play just a bit so Harris can check out that ankle.
That one misses downstairs to Walker. 2-0 count now.
At the top of the lineup looming for Adamson, you don't want to allow each of the first two hitters to reach base because that would put 2 men on and nobody out with the heart of the order.
That one misses inside as Walker has to dance out of the way of that one. Walker today is 1 for 3. He had an RBI single in the third. Flew out to shallow left field to retreating Gavin Grant, and he struck out swinging on what was a half-hearted swing against Jackson Jordan before Jordan came out injured last inning. 3-0 count now from Adamson. That one's in there for strike one.
For Adamson, he's allowed just 1 run in 5 1/3 innings pitched, so he'll have to work real hard to keep that clip.
That one shot right back at Adamson, knocks his glove off, but he stays with it. Nice play, Charlie Adamson.
That's going to cause the coaching staff and possibly a trainer to go out there to look at him.
And Joe Garcia gets about halfway to the mound. Adamson thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Doesn't even let Coach Joe get all the way out there. So great reaction by Adamson. I've had a similar play happen to me when I was playing when I was younger. But the ball was hit at my head, not my hand, but I got my glove up. But it's definitely scary having a hard hit comebacker come right back at you as a pitcher.
Yeah, and I think the level of competition here was a little bit different than when you were playing. I think that ball might have been hit just a little bit harder.
Honestly, with the distance between the Little League mound and the home plate, how hard that kid hit the ball, I don't know. It could have been pretty similar.
We saw Morrissey come around to score on his last single back in the 6th.
Yeah, that's definitely one that's circled in the box score right now. It was a lightly hit line drive to right field that seemed like Glowacki was going to have a play on to try and throw Cooper Harris out at home, but it just gets under his glove and just kept rolling. And that one hit Morrissey on the foot, so it sent Cooper Harris back to second as he was trying to get by there. That one just slipped out of the hand of Adamson. So now I'll be runners on first and second, 1 out. Matt Marlowe steps in for the 5th time today. He's looking for his first hit. In his 4 plate appearances, he's 0 for 3. He walked and was stranded at third back in the first after the Saints got second and third, 1 out. And Evan Gray shut them down with back-to-back strikeouts.
Yeah, we've seen Marlowe make some nice plays at third base today as well.
Runners go. Durfee fires to third. I'll call him safe.
Yeah, he would have gotten him. Great throw from Durfee. Great snap tag from Salgado. Unfortunately, the ball just fell out of Salgado's glove. Durfee's got a hose back there. I mean, he got up there. He got a great jump. Did Harris from second base. And Durfee got up there quickly, sprung into action, made a great throw to third. But unfortunately, Salgado just dropped it.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. 1 out, first and third now. Obviously, despite being a catcher, Cooper Harris very fleet-footed, but Josiah Morrissey is lightning quick over at first base. He'll go. He's in their standing as Durfee will hold on to it.
See if the Oaks bring the infield in here. Trailing by 2 in the 7th with 2nd and 3rd and 1 away. I'm surprised to see that they're not.
Josh mentioned earlier that Adamson had some struggles in terms of his delivery to the plate, in terms of speed with allowing runners to swipe last time, and now we've seen Cooper Harris and Josiah Morrissey swipe 2 bags on back-to-back pitches.
Yeah, I'm still surprised to see. I even saw Tyler Gannis look over to the dugout to ask if they should come in, and the coaching staff told him to play back.
2-1 count now. That one misses down. Three-one delivery. That one's driven deep to left field. That one will drop foul. So Josiah Chavez just misses that one. It just drops foul, luckily for him and Charlie Adamson, but that ball was absolutely crushed there by Matt Marlowe.
Yeah, even if Chavez did catch that baseball, it would have been at least 1 run for the Saints, and Morrissey probably would have tagged from 2nd and 3rd as well.
That one missed being a home run by a matter of probably less than 5 feet. Evan Harmon's trotted out now to the bullpen to start warming up. That one's chopped up the middle. Grant gets to it, but it goes off his glove. Morrissey will stay at 3rd. Third base coach tried to send him, but Morrissey stayed there. So it's going to be a tough one to rule there. I'd personally give it an RBI infield single. I don't think Gavin Grant would have been able to make a play on that one, as Matt Marlowe was getting out of the box pretty quickly, and it was a tough play to make anyway. So it's going to be 1st and 3rd now. RBI credited there to Marlowe on the single. Durfee's going to take time to go talk to his pitcher, Charlie Adamson, as Evan Harmon's warming up in a hurry down there in the bullpen.
Yeah, I agree with you, Austin. Really not much Grant could do on that ball. Had he fielded it cleanly and gotten it out of his glove, it still would have been a bang-bang play over there at first. It would have taken a perfect play. So that will be a hit for Marlowe. Just an unfortunate circumstance for Adamson and the Oaks, as that ball wasn't hit very hard. Although another ball in that exact same spot would result in most likely an inning-ending double play.
And so we'll see what happens with Marlowe on first, see if he'll be on the move, and see how Durfee will handle that one with a quick Morrissey on 3rd. Runner goes. Durfee just keeps that one at home as he had to body that one. So Marlowe will go to 2nd on the stolen base, and Tyson Donahue absolutely obliterated a baseball in his last at-bat last inning as he crushed a home run deep to right center field. Probably went about 385 feet. And that fastball paints the outside part of the plate for strike 1 to Donahue.
Yeah, the Oaks are in a dangerous situation here. Trailing by 3 with 2nd and 3rd and 1 away. With the heart of the Saints lineup up right now, you can't let them put this game out of reach here. Adamson's got to be especially careful with Donahue at the plate.
Donahue tries to check his swing, but he couldn't as he chases one downstairs there on a nice pitch location from Adamson.
Yeah, it was a beautiful back foot breaking ball from Adamson, as we now see the infield come in with 2 strikes. Anything on the ground, Morrissey's going to be going on contact. So it'll have to be quick with his speed.
That one misses away. Durfee will chase Morrissey back to third.
So in this situation, the Saints are definitely in the ground ball rule, where both base runners are going the second they see downward trajectory. So for the Oaks, it's about just playing catch and getting rid of the ball quickly and executing a rundown should it happen.
That one misses downstairs. Durfee keeps it in front.
It's a good 2-2 pitch there from Adamson. Going with the breaking ball, but with a dangerous hitter up here and first base open, you don't want to hang it. So putting it in the dirt where it's either going to be a swing and a miss or a ball. The walk here isn't the worst thing in the world as it sets up the double play ball.
Swung on a miss. The heat was too hot for Tyson Donahue as he's tardy on the fastball on the outside part of the plate. Great pitch location there from Charlie Adamson.
Yeah, that's a huge pitch there from Adamson. Donahue just unable to catch up to that fastball. He was probably thinking along the same lines that I was, with second and third and first base open. I don't think he was expecting to see heat there. He's probably looking for a breaking ball, which is why Adamson was able to get it by him.
That one shot out to deep center field, but of course, Austin Carrillo settles under it. So, was some drama, but only one run ends up coming across there. The Saints expand their lead. Now it'll be 8-5. The scoreboard's getting fixed out there. We'll take you to the bottom of 7th. AJ Salgado steps in now. I just said to Josh that I feel like it's been 3 hours since AJ Salgado came to the plate last in the 4th inning. That one misses away for ball 1. Salgado is 2 for 2 today with a RBI single in the first, a single that he came around the score on the 3rd, and then he walked back in the 4th where he stole a base as well. 2-0 now to him. And as I mentioned earlier, Salgado dating back to Friday's game in San Luis Obispo and yesterday's game in Santa Barbara, he's reached base safely in 8 straight at-bats. And that one gets the outside part of the plate with the fastball for strike number 1. And Cole Dale is still on the mound for the Saints, and fair to him as he's done a really great job since his one rough inning in the 4th. Salgado fouls that one away. 2-2 count now.
Yeah, the Oaks offense, since taking a 5-3 lead back in the fourth inning, have been awfully quiet at the plate, going down 1-2-3 in the fifth, and just a 2-out single from Gannis in the sixth.
2-2 count now to Salgado. That one misses away. Count runs full. Colin Heineck waits on deck.
It's a big pitch here for Salgado. That got it at 3-2. Oaks needing a base runner, so just passing the baton is big in this situation.
I'll shoot that one over the shortstop. Donahue. Salgado will get in there with an infield single. Not exactly sure what just happened there for Tyson Donahue, but if he's not aware, the guy who was running the first there stole 18 bases during the spring and was not caught once. And he took his time on the play, and Salgado said, well, thank you. I'll take an infield single and reach base safely in 9 straight at-bats.
Well, and that is exactly why you run hard down the line on every single ball that you hit. So it looks like a routine ground ball. Salgado busted out of the box, and boy, can he move for a guy his size.
Heineck fouls that one away.
Yeah, like you said, Austin, Donahue really just, shuffled, took his time, and even when he threw it over, it's not like he rushed his throw and chucked it over there. He really just threw a lob, which is what allowed Salgado to beat it out.
Heineck ahead of that off-speed pitch from Dale. Heineck 1 for 2 since coming in for Maddox Lotta. An off-speed pitch just misses inside. That one started to break back in as Heineck leaned out of the way and almost dropped back into the strike zone, but still too far inside, so it'll be ball 1, 1-2 count now.
It's a dangerous 1-2 spot from Dale because Heineck can really turn on that pitch if it hangs up.
Heineck will look at strike 3, a fastball on the outside part of the plate. He wasn't happy about it as he just stood there for a few seconds.
Well, following the dangerous spot in that high breaking ball, Dale follows it up with a perfect spot on the painted fastball in the outside corner to get Heineck.
Josiah Chavez will step in now. 1 for 2 he is today. He walked back in the first, had an RBI single in the third, and then struck out swinging in the fifth. Ball 1 misses away on the fastball.
For Dale, through his first 3 innings, threw 43 pitches, so not too many. We've seen him throw 11 here with just 1 out in the 6th. 7.
That one misses away, and we'll finally see a defensive mistake from Cooper Harris as that one just gets off the edge of his glove and allows Salgado now to move in the scoring position for Josiah Chavez.
Yeah, that one will go down as a passed ball as it hit off at Harris's glove and then went past him. It was direct contact with the glove, no bouncing, not a wild pitch.
Chavez early on that off-speed pitch. Two 2-1 count now to Chavez. Chavez chops that one off the plate. That one will go foul. Chavez just getting on top of that one.
Yeah, he wasn't happy with himself on that one. That looked like an off-speed pitch that was just left up, and Chavez topped it rather than taking advantage of the hanger.
That one will miss Downstairs, great job there by Cooper Harris to keep that one in front. Count now full.
Chavez knows that the tying run is on deck, so he's going to be extra smart here on this pitch, on this 3-2 pitch.
Chavez rolls over that one, foul.
It's a good win from him to battle it off and stay alive. Although that breaking ball did catch a little bit too much of the plate, at least more than Cole Dale would have hoped for. Chavez fouls it off.
Count remains full. Dale delivers. That one misses downstairs and gets away. Salgado will move over to third.
It's a really nice at-bat there from Chavez. Just fouling off some pitches, taking the ones that are borderline and working the walk and bringing the tying run up to the plate.
So Glowacki will step in now. We're going to see a mound visit now.
Redemption time.
We'll see kind of what happens here now with the pitching here for the Saints. Obviously, Glowacki, who's due up now, Josh, has been struggling at the plate so far this season. But a guy who's been off to a good start so far this season at the plate is Brendan Durfee, who looms on deck.
Yeah, and also don't forget Glowacki's last at-bat. We did see him drive a pitch that was just caught in front of the warning track and right. And we also know that this deficit is probably hanging the heaviest on his shoulders because it was his error that allowed an extra run to come in. So if he takes that mentality to the plate of just trying to do what he can, but thinking that he's the only one who can do it and trying to hit a 3-run bomb isn't the mentality to go. It's not the way to go for Glowacki. He's trying to stay short here and just keep the line going with Durfee on deck.
That fastball gets to the outside part of the plate for strike one. It looked like it was a little up, if anything. Now Glowacki behind in the count 0-1. He'll foul that one back over our heads. 0-2 count now.
Glowacki's just got to choke up now. Just try to elevate something, see an off-speed pitch or a breaking ball up, and elevate it to try to cut into this deficit.
That fastball misses away. 1-2 count now. Evan Harmon will definitely be coming in for the Oaks in the 8th. He's just standing there waiting on the bullpen. Glowacki does a good job to hold up on that one that tailed out of the zone. Count now even at 2.
Remember, for Glowacki, he hit no home runs this past spring at San Diego State. So you know his approach here is just to trying to stay short and drive a pitch the other way.
He'll drive that one out to right field, a mile high in the air. Salgado will tag up. He'll head for home. Good job there by Josiah Chavez to deke a throw to second base, so it allows Salgado to get in standing up. So the Oaks will get a run on a sacrifice fly there from Glowacki to give Glowacki an RBI. And Brendan Durfee steps in now.
That's just very productive hitting. That's a very productive at-bat there from Tyler Glowacki. He fell behind in the count 0-2, took a couple pitches, and then got a pitch that he could elevate and drove it out to right field for a sacrifice fly. Let's see if Durf can recreate his magic from game 1.
Line that one foul.
Just tardy on that one was Durfee, but that one came off his bat in a hurry. Durfee just finished up his sophomore year here at Cal Lutheran. A great spring it was for him. Capped it all off with the SCIAC tournament MVP. A look up ball one downstairs.
Durfee's 3 for 12 so far this summer, but one of those 3 hits was a home run back in game 1. Also driven in 5 runs, which is tops amongst Oaks players.
Oh, on that one foul. Durfee also pinch hit last night in the 9th inning with Salgado and a couple of the other guys, and he was hit in his at-bat. Two count on a off-speed pitch just came inside from the lefty and hit him. 1-2 count now to him here. And he'll foul that one back.
It's a good win there from Durfee to stay alive. Looked like it was a changeup breaking away from him, and he was able to just foul it back. Really nothing he could do with that pitch.
That one bounces and get past Harris. Now Chavez will move into scoring position for Durfee.
Yeah, it's a big wild pitch now, because a single from Durfee now should score Chavez, as we're seeing Saints coaching staff look down to the bullpen to see if the arm is ready.
That one misses inside on Durfee as he holds up on that one. Count runs full.
It's an excellent leave there from Durfee. They tried to go with the back foot breaker. It didn't break all the way, but the Saints dugout and a lot of their fans as well wanted that pitch for strike 3. But Durfee lays off on the pitch below his knees.
Three-two delivery. Durfee rips that one up the middle. It's a ground out. A nice play there as Peyton Holt was able to get to that one. So one comes across for the Oaks this inning as they chop the lead from a 3-run game to a 2-run game. Evan Harmon will come in out of the bullpen here in the top of the 8th. We'll be back.
We welcome you back here for the 8th inning, where the Oaks trail the Saints 8-6 here. New pitcher in for the Oaks will be Evan Harmon from Arizona State University. We've seen Harmon, it's the 4th time we'll be seeing Harmon this season. He struggled mightily in his first outing, hitting the first guy he saw and then walking the next 4, but he's had a couple clean outings in his last 2, most recently Friday night at San Luis Obispo, where he went 1 scoreless with a strikeout. We'll face 5, 6, 7 here in the Saints lineup with Becker, Rogers, and Bowser. Misses on the first 2 pitches, and he falls behind in the count 2-0. Misses away. 3-0 now. Becker's already been on base a couple times today. He had a hit in the 6th inning, and he also reached via the walk back in the 3rd. Harmon throws the 3-0 pitch in there for a strike. As that 3-1 pitch just misses on the outside corner. We've seen that as a strike multiple times today, but it'll be called a ball, and Becker will be on for the 3rd time. Brings up Jordan Rogers. Rogers has also been on a couple of times. He singled and walked. Scored a run as well. And he lays one down the 3rd base line. Salgado bare hands, throws to first. In time, got him. Beautiful play turned in from A.J. Salgado. And there's 1 away here in the 8th.
Yeah, that one's got to feel good for Salgado after we saw the suicide squeeze with 2 outs earlier in the game. And he makes a nice play there on the bunt. And that was definitely a bunt for a hit attempt there, not a sack bunt.
But it will go down as a sacrifice bunt there from Jordan Rogers, as he does advance the runner over to 2nd base. It was a really nicely laid down bunt from Rogers, but it took a perfect play and Salgado made it. Jeff Bowser's now at the dish. 2 for 4 today. He's already up there for the 5th time. He takes a strike. Harmon drops a breaker in there. Just misses. Up and in, perhaps.
Wow. That was disgusting, and apparently a ball.
Yeah, I guess Harmon didn't get on top of it enough, but it looked like it ended up dropping down far enough into the zone. Of course, the home plate umpire doesn't think so. And he doesn't get the call on that one either. Another really nice breaking ball, another great spot. Just missing outside. Oaks dugout isn't pleased with that one. And that one misses away as well. Another borderline pitch that looked like it could have been called a strike. Harmon's living on that outside corner. That was a great spot from him with that fastball. And he's just not getting the calls that we've seen as strikes so far today.
Yeah, of those 3 pitches, that last one was the closest one to a ball of the 3.
And that would be ball 4, and it gets by Durfee, which will allow Becker to go to 3rd. Runners at the corners now with 1 down for the Saints.
And just unlucky for Harmon after 3 tight calls don't go his way, and then he just spikes one there that skids past Durfee, who very rarely has a baseball go by him.
And that brings up Cooper Harris, who's reached in all 4 plate appearances today. 1 for 1 with a trio of walks. Just looking to pick up an insurance run as the runner goes. No throw down from Durfee. Bowser steals second base. Of course, that's a designed call not to throw down with first and third, but had Durfee had the green light, he most likely would have hosed Jeff Bowser there, who didn't get the greatest jump as the Oaks now bring the infield in with second and third and 1 down. That one catches the inside part of the zone. Harmon evens up the count at 1. Harmon's really trying to strand these runners with the Oaks trailing by 2 with only 6 outs to work with. That breaking ball 100% is in the zone for a strike.
That curveball is disgusting.
Yeah, there's a lot of movement on that Evan Harmon breaking ball. And it works almost like a 12-6, not as much straight downward movement, but there's definitely a lot of break on that pitch. Here's the 1-2. Great block there from Durfee. He looked like Harmon tried to throw that breaking ball harder than he threw the other ones, which caused him to kind of overthrow it and spike it. Two and two now, the count to Cooper Harris. Takes another pitch in the dirt. Once again blocked by Durfee. Harris is going to run the count full now, 3-2. Waiting on deck is the designated hitter Jack Walker. He's gotten a hit in 4 at-bats today. We've seen each team with double-digit hits today, so a lot of these guys have been on base. Here comes the payoff pitch from Evan Harmon. Taken upstairs. It'll be a walk to Cooper Harris, who reaches base for the 5th time today in 5 tries, as Evan Harmon continues to get squeezed up there. Jack Walker will now bat with the bases loaded and 1 down.
I definitely thought that one had a good chance to be called strike 3.
I mean, why would it be? It's Harmon. It's not getting any call. So that one does catch the outside. It's a great spot there from Harmon. Jack Walker up there. Singled back in the 3rd. Other than that, he's gotten out in each of his other 3 plate appearances, including a strikeout back in the 6th. As that one misses outside, Durfee pops up. Forces the dive back in the 3rd from Becker, but doesn't throw it over. With a lefty up there, there's no need for Becker to get back picked. It's inexcusable and not expecting it to happen. It's a good breaking ball in the dirt, but Walker's able to hold up. It's 2-1 now. Nowhere to put Jack Walker. It's 2-1 pitch. Expect to be an action pitch. The Saints know that 2 runs might not be enough because of how scoring this battle has been. They're looking for another insurance run, and they got a pretty good chance to pick it up right now as Evan Harmon falls behind in the count 3-1 to Jack Walker with nowhere to put him.
Harmon seems to have a better feel for his curveball and his fastball today, and obviously he doesn't want to be throwing a curveball with 1 out and the bases loaded in a game where his team already trails by 2 runs.
See what he goes with on 3-1 here. Fastball at the knees for a strike. Perfectly placed on that 3-1 pitch. Count goes full 3-2. Big pitch coming right here from Evan Harmon. Here it comes. Got him swinging. Big strikeout of Jack Walker. And that brings up Morrissey with 2 down.
The Oaks faithful excited about that one, and we'll see if somebody warms up in the Oaks bullpen. Crandall and Sulak are both down there right now, seem to be waiting for a pitcher to be joining them down there in the bullpen.
Josiah Morrissey's up there for the 6th time today. He's already been on 3 times. A couple of hits, and he got hit. And he shoots that one to left. That'll score at least 1. Chavez's throw to the plate will not be in time. And the Saints have doubled their lead. They now lead the Oaks 10-6 after a 2-out, 2 RBI single from Josiah Morrissey.
Third baseman, 16, Matt Barlow.
It's going to be Andrew Lucas now who heads down to the bullpen. That's going to loosen up down there.
4 times on base now for Morrissey. 3 hits on the day now for him. As the first pitch to Matt Marlowe is fouled away. For Marlowe, he's reached base a couple times in his 5 plate appearances. Just the 1 single back in the 7th. As Harmon misses well upstairs with that one. Durfee jumping up to make the catch. After getting the big strikeout on Jack Walker, the first pitch that Evan Harmon threw to Josiah Morrissey was ripped into left field as that one's flown to center right at Austin Carrillo, who makes the play and ends it here in the 8th. Not after the Saints score a couple and extend their lead out to 4. The Oaks will come up to bat in the 8th, trailing 10-6. Back here now for the bottom of the 8th inning, where the Oaks trail in this one 10-6. It'll be a new pitcher for the Saints after Cole Dale went 4 innings, allowing just 3 runs. It'll be Jake Porter for the Saints. He's a sophomore at BYU. He's appeared in 2 games for the Saints this summer. Picked up the loss in the first one, in which he went 1 1/3. As Brooks lays that one down, and no play at first base, as Marlowe was unable to get it out of his glove. So a bunt single for Jack Brooks starts things off here for the Oaks in the 8th inning. That'll bring up Austin Carrillo. For Porter, he went 1 1/3, giving up 3 earnings in his first outing, and he followed that up with an outing in which he just completed 1 inning, allowing 4 earned runs. So Jake Porter looking for a turnaround outing here, and he's already got a leadoff base runner on base after the bunt single from Jack Brooks. 5th time we'll see Carrillo up there today as he takes a ball on the first pitch. Couple hits so far today for Carrillo. He takes a strike now, 1-1. So getting out on the first pitch in his last at bat. Doug Carrillo's trying to be more patient here, especially with his team chasing 4. And there goes Brooks. Carrillo takes. Brooks is in there. He stole that one off the pitcher. Surprising to see a guy steal when his team's trailing by 4, but Brooks got such a good jump that he was able to get in there easily.
Yeah, and that was a weird one because Cooper Harris, when he stood up, he looked directly at the umpire after he popped the throw. I don't know if he when he went to reach back and throw, he hit the umpire with the ball or what happened there, but hey, Jack Brooks is on second now.
2-1 now to Austin Carrillo, who's looking for his 3rd hit of the afternoon. And he swings and fouls off the breaking ball. 2-2 now the count. With the Oaks having the heart of their order coming up, it's all about just passing the baton and getting it going. You see AJ Salgado down there in the cleanup spot. If they can get him up here in this inning, they got a pretty good chance to get back in this ball game. As the 2-2 comes home to Carrillo. That's inside. Runs the count full, 3-2. It's a good spot there from Porter. Unfortunately for him, he just didn't get the call. And that one misses upstairs. Back-to-back base runners to begin the 8th inning here for the Oaks. And they got something cooking with Tyler Gannis coming up. And 2 runners on with nobody out.
First baseman, number 11, Tyler Gannis.
Gannis has kept his hot start to the summer going with a couple of hits today. Also scoring in the first run of the ball game back in the 1st inning. Jack Brooks followed in his footsteps by laying down a bunt single of his own just now to begin the 8th. The first pitch to Gannis, he swings and misses. Gannis hits that one to shallow left field. That one looks like it's going to drop, and it will. Just out there in no man's land, that ball drops for a hit. The third of the day for Tyler Gannis, and the bases are now loaded with nobody out.
Gannis stays hot.
Gannis has at least 2 hits in 3 of his 4 starts with the Oaks. He's got a hit in all 4, and now he's got 3 hits in 2 of them. So his hot start to the summer continues, and Gavin Grant is up there with the bases loaded and nobody out. Grant's 1 for 4 at the plate today. Does have an RBI. He takes the ball from Porter. No action so far in the Saints bullpen as Porter tries to get out of this mess. Grant swings and misses. 1-1 now. Although the Oaks trail in this one 10-6, they're actually out hitting the Saints with 13 hits compared to the Saints' 12. As Grant swings and misses on another and falls behind in the count 1-2. Looking to avoid punching out for the 3rd time today. Here's Porter's 1-2. Grant stays alive.
And Grant just gets on top of that one. He saw that pitch really well, but he ends up just getting on top of it and fouls it straight down into the plate.
AJ Salgado's waiting on deck for the Oaks, hoping to get his chance as either the tying or go-ahead run. As that breaker misses upstairs. Harris tried to frame that down for a strike, but we've seen it called a ball all day today, so consistency from the home plate umpire as Grant gets the count to 2-2. Here's a 2-2 from Porter. Grant crushes that one back to the track, and it's caught at the wall and left. Advancing to 3rd on some heads-up base running is Austin Carrillo. Of course, Jack Brooks scores on the sacrifice fly from Gavin Grant. That's an excellent at-bat turned in there from Grant. And he's able to do the job and get the runner in from 3rd. I'm sure he wanted more as he missed a home run there by a matter of feet. Missed a game-tying grand slam. But he gets the sacrifice fly and brings up AJ Salgado. And he drives that one to left center. That's going to be caught. It'll be deep enough to score a run as Carrillo slides in safely. The Oaks faithful really likes that, but they still trail 10-8 after a sacrifice fly from AJ Salgado.
No need to try and bring our faithful down. They're excited. We're trying to rally a comeback here, Josh.
It's fair, it's fair.
There's a lot of them here today, too.
Yeah, probably the biggest turnout for a home game that we've seen thus far for the Oaks. And we got Friday's home run hitter Colin Heineck up there as the tying run, with the Oaks trailing 10-8 here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th inning. Gannis fakes the steal. And that fake steal actually might have gotten Colin Heineck the ball call, because that pitch, it forced Cooper Harris to pop up rather than stay down and receive the pitch. Heineck was not originally in today's lineup, but after Maddox Lotta was forced to be removed from the game with a hamstring injury, it was Heineck who came in for him. And since then, he's 1 for 3, picking up a knock in his first at-bat. He struck out in the 7th inning. Now up there is the tying run. And Heineck crushes that one fair down the third base line. Gannis is going to get to third. The throw goes into second. It's going to be a close play. And Heineck's host. A questionable decision to send him there. Not sure if he did that on his own. But the threat ends for the Oaks. We now head to the final inning of action here with the Oaks trailing 10-8.
We'll welcome you back now. Top of the 9th. Andrew Lucas will come in now to try and keep this only a 2-run ball game now, to give the Oaks a chance to try and come back in the bottom of the 9th.
For Lucas, this will be his 3rd outing this summer. He's got an inning in each of the first 2.
Gets the fastball in there for strike 1, and Lucas has done a good job coming in out of the bullpen this summer after having not so great of a spring at Arizona State. In his 2 games so far this summer, 2 clean innings, gave up no runs, had 4 strikeouts in the 2 innings pitched. He just misses away on that one.
Yeah, Lucas is one of just a few guys on this roster that still have their ERA at 0.
That one's fouled back by Donahue. Donahue, the home run hitter today, absolutely blasted a baseball to right center field.
Back in the 7th, though, Adamson was able to get Donahue to strike out with bases loaded and 1 away.
You got him on a check swing, too. He just kind of chopped at it. I'll lunge at that one on the plate and just foul it back. That one shot to Salgado at third. He'll make the play. Sounded like Donahue may have broken his bat there.
Yeah, that did sound like a broken batter from Donahue. Good pitch there. Good sequencing from Lucas to get Donahue.
That one misses downstairs to Peyton Holt. Holt 1 for 4 today. Got his first hit of the summer on a single back in the 6th. Before that, struck out, flew out. So he has 2 strikeouts and 2 flyouts. Austin Carrillo in center. That one's chopped foul.
And Andrew Lucas is out there just absolutely chucking. That last pitch, that broken batter to Donahue, was clocked at 96 miles an hour. It's probably the hardest pitch we've seen an Oaks player throw this summer.
That one's rolled over foul as Holt well early on that one on the outside part of the plate.
Looked like an error over there in the Oaks dugout.
Yeah, Massimo Vega seemed a little upset with himself on that one.
Yeah, he sure was, and he heard from it from Alexander Rivas and the rest of that dugout.
A lot of people thought Holt went there, but first base umpire says he held up on that one.
I mean, that was almost a classic where the dugout gave you the strike call because he did not go on that one. But the whole Oaks bench just started screaming at the first base umpire to try to pressure him into making the call.
2-2 count now to Peyton Holt. That one shot back up the middle for a base knock.
That's a great swing from Peyton Holt, turning around 90-plus miles an hour and shooting it right back up the middle for another hit.
First baseman, number 44, Nathan Becker.
That one's flubbed down the left field line. That one will drop in for a single. Play at second, he's in there. So it's going to be a hit for Nathan Becker. Whether a single or a double, tough call there as Becker kind of advanced on the throw. But we'll give him the double.
Yeah, it'll be a double. There was no throw into third, just really for the cutoff man. Now the Oaks are going to have to bring the infield in and keep this deficit at 2.
Jordan Rogers steps in now. He's struck out, singled, came around the score, flew out to left, walked, stranded at second, and had a sac bunt technically in his last at bat on what he tried to reach first on, but was robbed of a hit by A.J. Salgado. That one gets off the glove of Brendan Durfee, and that will allow Peyton Holt to score and Becker to move to third.
Yeah, that one will be ruled a passed ball as it just bounced in and out of Durfee's glove. With the Oaks trailing by 3, now they're in danger of suffering their first home loss of the season. Their first loss outside of Santa Barbara, actually.
That one shot to center field, and that one will drop. It'll be a RBI single for Jordan Rogers.
The Saints have done a great job of just continuing to put pressure on the Oaks offense. It seems like every single time that the Oaks put up a run to cut into the deficit or to take the lead, the Saints offense just fires right back. And we've seen them score in each of the last 4 innings. So it's been tough to stop tonight.
That one misses for ball 1. Jeff Bowser. Bowser today singled, came around the score, singled, stranded at third, lined out to first, grounded out to the pitcher, and walked and came around the score. That one's fouled away.
Should 2 more Saints batters get on base, Josiah Morshi will come up to bat for the 7th time today.
Runner goes, the throw down, just late. It was a good line there from Durfee, but it just was short, and Rogers gets in there safely with the stolen base.
Durfee had no chance there. I mean, Rogers was almost halfway to second base by the time the pitch was being thrown. He stole that one completely off Lucas and got a huge jump. That one's
Spiked right there. Great job there by Durfee to keep that one in front.
God, he's so great behind the plate at blocking those baseballs. I mean, it's such a difficult pitch to block, that fastball that just goes straight down.
Made it look easy. 3-1 count now to Jeff Bowser. Cooper Harris has had himself a day, waits on deck. Lucas delivers. That one gets to the bottom of the zone with the fastball. Full count. That one's looped out to right field. Glowacki settles under it. The runner will tag. Glowacki's cannon will send the runner back to second.
I mean, that was the right decision by Rogers not to test the arm of Glowacki. We already saw him hose the guy at the plate last week, and that was another cannon from him.
Cooper Harris steps in now, and he's had himself quite a day. Walked, hit by a pitch, singled, walked. So that's 5 plate appearances, only 1 at bat, but reached base all 5 times. That one's fouled away.
Harris trying to match his number, trying to reach base 6 times today.
Fastball misses just up.
Durfee's really good at receiving behind the plate, too. Because that pitch was definitely up. And he did a nice job of making it look like it was in the strike zone. The umpire didn't fool the umpire, but it's a good frame back there from Durfee.
Drops the off-speed pitch on the inside part of the plate for strike 2. 1-2 count now to Harris. Lucas delivers. Harris holds up on the check swing. Durfee had the sprawl to keep that one in front, and he did.
Yeah, another beautifully blocked ball there from Durf.
Seems the Saints will ride Jake Porter in the bottom of the 9th. And what his offense has made no longer a save opportunity. That one's fouled away.
I mean, Harris will continue to fight. He's shown us tonight that he's not an easy out up there. So with 2 strikes, he won't be bothered, and he'll continue to fight.
That one misses away, and Durfee had to extend his arm all the way across his body just to squeeze that fastball from beating him.
For Harris, this is the 4th inning in a row that he's hit. He's the only one. Hitting the 6th. He let off the 6th. He let off the 7th. Hitting the 8th, and now he's up here in the 9th.
Full count now to Harris. Lucas delivers. That one's in there for strike 3. So finally, Cooper Harris goes down. And so we'll take you to the bottom of the 9th. Oaks looking to chase 4 runs. Slew of lefties due up. Chavez, Glowacki, Durfee. We'll be back.
Josiah Chavez in now. Start off the bottom of the ninth as the Oaks look to try and create some sort of magic here in the bottom of the ninth as they chase 4. Chavez steps in for his 5th plate appearance of the day. Walked, RBI single, struck out, walked. He's been busy in left today. That one misses up. And that fastball paint the outside corner for strike 1. And the fastball gets a plate again. 1-2 now to Chavez.
In this situation, if you're Chavez, he's just trying to get on base, try to keep the line moving with the team chasing 4.
He'll foul that one away. 1-2 remains the count. Chavez will call time before Porter delivers. That one misses up. 2-2 the count now.
There's a lot of arm side run on that fastball from Porter.
Chavez swings and misses.
And there's that arm side run was showcased on that pitch right there, as it started on the outer half of the plate and then broke off and got Chavez to chase it and swing and miss.
Glowacki steps in now. Struck out looking, walked, and then he was a part of that controversial double play all the way back in the 3rd inning. He pops out one to the left side in foul territory. I'll get down. And then he flew out to right, and then they had the RBI sac fly back in the 7th.
For Glowacki, it was his error that really changed the tide of this game. After Josiah Morrissey singled into right field, we saw it go under the glove of Glowacki, allowing Morrissey to come all the way around to score.
He'll swing and miss to that one. 0-2 the count now. Porter delivers. That one misses downstairs, gets to the wickets of Cooper Harris. That one misses downstairs. Count now even at 2. That one shot up the middle. And that will go off the glove of a lunging effort from the shortstop, Tyson Donahue. That should be a base knock for Tyler Glowacki. Bring Brendan Durfee to the plate now. Durfee grounded out to second in his 1 at bat of the game after coming in defensively for David Woodall in the top of the 7th.
For Glowacki, that's going to snap an 0 for 13 stretch for him. He's got to feel pretty good to get his first CCL knock.
Durfee holds up on that one. Durfee looks at ball 2 down.
That was called a ball. I looked down after the pitch location. It looked like a great pitch. It looked like it caught the outside corner, but Yeah, look, the umpire just started yelling at the dugout immediately after the pitch.
That one gets the inside part of the plate. Maybe a makeup call there as Durfee shakes his head. Durfee will swing and miss that one. 2-2 the count now.
It's such a big swing there from Brendan Durfee. Can't hit a grand slam with only a runner on first base. So for Durf, especially with 2 strikes here, should look to shorten up and just keep this line going. Look for a knock.
That one gets him.
He'll take that.
So for the second time in his last 3 at-bats, dating back to yesterday, Durfee gets hit by a pitch. We'll see a pinch runner for Durfee now, as I think it's going to be Jacob Shart. Yeah, it's going to be Jacob Shart who comes in the pinch run now for Durfee. Jack Brooks steps into the box now. Brooks today grounded out, got hit by a pitch, came around the score, struck out, bunt single, came around the score.
Brendan Durfee's taking his time going over the at-bat with Austin Carrillo just to let him know what he saw out of Jake Porter, considering Carrillo hasn't faced him yet. Durfee had the whole dugout just standing there waiting for him to walk in, but he stopped at the on-deck circle to discuss the at-bat with Carrillo. And it looks like third base coach Cody Raymer's having a similar type of conversation with Jack Brooks. Probably just telling him, don't try to do too much. We just need a base runner. Keep the line moving past the baton.
Brooks shoots that one foul.
Like the aggressiveness from Jack Brooks, just like to see him get a little bit more on time.
That one misses downstairs for ball 1. Beautiful backdoor slider there.
Yeah, that's just a filthy pitch, especially working off of his fastball with arm side run. It's literally the exact same release point, and one breaks towards the left-handed hitter, one breaks away.
1-2 count now to Brooks. Shard on first, Golacki on second. Brooks shoots that up the middle, 6. Steps on second, 3. Ball game. So it's a game-ending double play that Jack Brooks grounds into. So the Oaks fall by a score of 12-8 as they lose 2 in a row, lose their first game here at home, their first game outside of Santa Barbara, and just some unlucky breaks at different points. The Oaks will, of course, have the day off tomorrow with it being Monday. Then they'll be on the road in Orange County on Tuesday, and then one to look forward to on Wednesday as the Oaks will play host to the Philippine national team. For the Oaks, I've been Austin Gregory alongside Josh Mechanic and Sammy Holiday. We'll see you guys on Tuesday against the Riptide in Orange County.